here, and I'm going to give you that chair. Perfect. And we'll just hang until they get here.
Okay.
It gets lonely down here sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
I can imagine.
Yup.
Reminds me of 48 Hours.
Does it?
Yeah, you know, they have the same rooms that are all lined up.
We're not very creative in law enforcement when it comes to interview rooms, are we? They all look alike.
Yeah, right. Well, this is the first time I've been in one, so.
Yeah? Would you have any questions? No?
I mean, probably so many, but I just can't.
Yeah, well,
It's been a long day, so.
I just see behind you that somebody needs to change the clock, so, because it says it's 10 till 8. I can see if I can find one that's...
Oh, wow.
The batteries die in them. So you have a lot of ink. When did you get your first ink?
Oh, God, 11 years ago when I was 17.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
And what motivated you?
Me, my brother, and my cousin all have our initials, so you can kind of see it. It's like in graffiti style, TWB, and then established in '89 when I was born.
Okay.
But me and my brother and my cousin all have our initials right there, and then after that it was kind of a free-for-all.
Right.
I work in nursing, and luckily it's 2018, so they aren't.
Like whatever, right?
Yeah, pretty much, as long as there's no offensive tattoos or inappropriate or anything, and I don't think any of my tattoos are offensive. Sometimes when I work with like older geriatric patients on the progressive care unit, they'll tell me that my arm's scary. Or they'll just ask me, and they're like, you draw that on every day? Because some of them have Alzheimer's, so.
Sure. That's funny.
It's pretty funny. I'm like, no, if I had that kind of time in the morning, then, yeah, no. I sleep right up until but you can't really explain that to them, you know, unless it's like an older guy from the military, because that's the only part of their generation really got tattoos.
Right. Yeah. So, well, I don't know how the colors. You're very colorful. How they could be scary, but that's kind of.
I think that they're meaning like the fire,
skull, right?
The sky, but it looks more cartoony to me than scary.
No, I agree with you. So you say you work in nursing.
Yeah.
But at a nursing facility, nursing home, a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So which hospital do you work at?
I'm trying to get. I was at Wyoming Medical Center in Casper.
Oh.
And then I was PRN at UC Health in Thornton.
Okay.
And now I'm trying to get a job at MCR in Loveland.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you a nurse?
Mm-hmm.
Are you? Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Where did you do your training?
Casper College.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how long ago did you do that?
2 years ago.
Oh, neat.
And I just got my LPN, so I need to enter an online program to transfer to my RN because Wyoming hires a lot of LPNs, but Colorado is almost not even hiring RNs with just their associate's degree. They want nurses with their BSN.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so.
Yep.
Just kind of continue on, but that nursing program was rough. They really didn't like anyone different.
Outside the norm, you mean?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just the tattoos, and at the time, my hair was longer. And
Sorry, we're back.
No, we're just chatting. So,
Trent, this is Graham.
Hi, Trent.
Hi, Graham.
Graham works for the FBI.
Thanks for coming in today.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. Do you have water? Do you need anything else?
No, it should be good with water.
Okay, I'm going to start a digital recorder.
Nice talking with you.
I'm going to start a digital recorder just because sometimes the equipment doesn't work and just so I have a backup, okay?
Yeah.
Did you make it to your movie?
I didn't.
No?
No, I didn't.
What are we going to watch?
The guy I was seeing, I was going to go see Crazy Rich Asians.
Oh, I heard that was good.
Oh, my
Yeah.
daughter just watched that. I hope it's appropriate for kids.
Yeah,
this is
well,
there.
I think it's kind of like a teen romance comedy.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I think so.
So I just want to show you my credentials. I know you were talking about that someone had talked to you and they were fake law enforcement before, so I just kind of
Well,
wanted
yeah,
to...
I figured. But,
When was that?
That was about, today is Wednesday, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was Sunday. Awesome, thank you.
I look a lot younger and thinner in my...
I know, right? It's
Sunday.
like, my last picture, I had black hair, so half the people looked at me and looked at my picture and were like, this isn't you.
Speaking of
So at
somebody
least I
that's
have. So, Trent, can I just get a couple things out of the way as far as your name and your date of birth and all of that, just so we know who we're talking to? How do you spell your last name, buddy?
BOLTE,
And what's your middle name?
Wayne,
And your birth date?
10/25/89,
And how old does that make you today?
28.
You haven't made it to 30 yet?
No,
You're like a baby.
I don't want to.
I know, right? So what's your
Lots younger than 28.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
What's your address?
Yeah, it's still Wyoming, 339 Monkey Mountain Road is physical.
Monkey Mountain Road?
Yeah.
That is a really cool address.
Yeah, it's
Where at in Wyoming?
Glen Rock.
Is that all one word?
Yeah,
Okay.
82637.
Can you give me your cell one more time? Just so I have it on my sheet.
307
Okay.
439 8608.
Perfect. And what's the address you stay here in Colorado at?
It's on Redwood Street. I don't really stay here. I come down and stay with the guy I'm seeing maybe once or twice a week anymore.
Okay.
But I'm trying to look for my own place as of now.
Okay. Are you guys breaking up or just so you have your own place?
He just taking it slow because he has an 8-year-old son and stuff. So, and his mother is living with him.
Okay.
So,
How long have you guys been dating?
it's just been really recent. July.
July.
Yeah, June and July.
Okay. What does he
But
think
we-
about all of this?
In the back of my head, I think he's gonna leave me.
Yeah. Is it too much for him?
Well, he has an 8-year-old son and, yeah, with press and everything, but he's been really supportive so far.
Okay.
But, you know.
That's a good
I'm
sign,
just-
right?
Yeah, I have generalized anxiety disorder, so I just kind of always go to the worst. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's what we do pretty much.
And
It's
yeah,
mostly our job.
I could
so.
imagine. I'm a nurse, so I could imagine.
Are you an RN or LPN?
I'm an LPN. I'll be going on for my RN. I hope I get that job at MCR in Loveland Medical Center of the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
Because
That's a
they'll
nice
pay
hospital.
all the way to my BSN. Because Wyoming hires a lot of LPNs, but Colorado is leaning more towards not even hiring ADNs, just with their associates.
Really?
Yeah, usually if you are employed full-time with like UC Health or one of the bigger banner, you have to sign a thing to where they'll help you get your BSN, and then you gotta work for them for 18 months or 2 years or something.
So where do you work now when you come down? Do you work in Colorado at all?
Yeah, but right now I'm just a freelance makeup artist. I've just been doing photo shoots and stuff until I can get my license transferred, my nursing license from Wyoming to Colorado.
Oh, okay.
To where it's not just PRN. I can actually work full-time, so.
Okay, very nice. So Trent, obviously we're talking to a lot of people in this case. You can imagine, I mean, people are coming out of the woodworks. So it's kind of our job to kind of vet people out and kind of see who's being truthful, who's not. So
That's totally understandable.
yeah, so I just want to tell you today that, you know, we've talked to people that were not truthful and we've talked to people that are very truthful. So we just need you to tell us 100% truth today. And if we ask you a question today that you don't know the answer to, please just tell us you don't know instead of making up an answer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's better than whatever.
Yeah.
So we just need to make sure that everything we talk about today is the truth, okay? Okay. So do you want to kind of just start from the beginning? And, you know, we appreciate you coming down. So can you just kind of start from the beginning and, you know, how you met Chris and how all of that went?
I met Chris on Meet Me, which is a social media app. It's not a dating app. anything like that.
Okay.
He reached out to me and messaged me. It's pretty much small talk. I mean, I can't give you verbatim.
Can you give me just generalizations?
Yeah, I mean, hey, how's your night going? Blah, blah, blah. He complimented me on a picture, complimented me on my lips, on a picture. I think it was the first time I kind of raised my eyebrow because I looked at his profile and it said straight.
And what kind of pictures did he have on his profile?
He had a picture of the mountains. No, he didn't have any
no face pictures.
No, he sent me those with his first message.
Of his face?
On me, yeah.
And what did those look like?
Pretty much like how I'm seeing him now on the news. Little less scrub, more clean shaving. You know, kind of that salt and pepper hair. And
what was his profile name? Do you remember?
Chris W.
Chris W?
Mm-hmm.
Was it all one word or was it separated out?
Separated.
Okay. And what was your profile?
Trent Bolte, or maybe, yeah, I think I used my last name.
Any numbers or any other characters or anything? Just Trent Bolte?
Yeah.
All one word? Okay.
Yeah.
So he sends you a message. What does the first message say?
Hey, how's your night going? Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you in Wyoming at that time?
No, I was staying with a friend in Loveland.
Okay, and remind me, because there's all these social media apps, is Meet Me the one that kind of connects you with people that are close to you that are on the same app?
Yeah, you can see people's distance and stuff. It's not like Tinder. It doesn't go as far as like Tinder or Grindr where you pull someone's like profile up and it says, 971 feet away. It says 2 miles, it gives you pretty much estimate.
Do you remember how far it said he was away from you?
I think 12 miles.
12 miles? Okay. And where were you at that time?
In Loveland.
In Loveland?
Staying with friends because I had just gotten out of a 6-year relationship that ended pretty bad.
Okay. And what time frame is this? When did this start?
Middle of June. Yeah, middle of
June of 2017?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the text I have, or I think June 27th and stuff, is when the texts I have is when he shared his number.
Okay.
And you have those today?
Yeah, well, I have screenshots of our back and forth and everything.
Oh. And why did you keep those?
Because after everything, he kind of tried to turn it around like I was the one in the wrong for like ending things after I found out about Shannon.
Okay. So I guess go back. So he sends you a message. How's your night? Sends you some face shots. How many face shots did he send you?
2.
2 face shots?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they both look similar, or could you tell anything in the background? Anyone else in the picture? What he was wearing?
The first one it looked like a living room. I think he was in a green shirt. Like a darker camo green. Some type of, I just remember it was a darker shirt. I think it was green.
Okay. What about the other picture?
The second one was pretty much the same thing, different angle.
Okay.
Lamp in the background.
Okay. And what did you respond back to him?
I asked him why he messaged me because his profile says straight, and I was just wondering what his motives were.
And what did your profile say you were?
Gay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he say back to that?
He said he put LOL. I don't really know if I'm straight or not. And then proceeded to say, compliment me on more pictures and, say Q-pic and blah, blah, blah. And then eventually he told me that he just wasn't ready to be out or anything like that.
Did he tell you anything about his family or his home life or his background, anything like that? Did
He
you know
told me that he had children.
Did he tell you how, like, boys, girls, ages? What did
He
he
told
say?
me, he told me 2 girls, one was 2 and one was almost 4.
You don't by chance have those pictures on your phone still, do you?
Okay. I can show you guys the screenshots, but it doesn't have his number. And yeah, the first time I met up with him, he had 2 phones. I asked him why he had 2 phones. Or no, the second time. The first time I met up with him was kind of just, I mean, to be vulgar, but kind of just, I knew why he was there. He knew why I invited him over. But, yeah, the second time I met up with him, he had 2 phones, and I asked him, and I didn't come across any certain way. I was just like, why do you have 2 phones? And he said one was work phone and one was personal.
Okay. Can we see the screenshots and then we'll kind of go back into how all of this happened? Just in case we want to ask you questions about those.
And then the other one, scroll left.
Okay.
After you're done reading that.
Does Meet Me show that person's phone number or just their profile? Oh, okay.
No, I don't know if they can choose to use it to post their phone number or not.
Okay. And today, if it's all right with you, you mentioned you don't want to be vulgar. You can't be too vulgar for us, and so it might be today that we talk about sex and relationships and stuff like that, if that's okay. Because we're willing to listen if you're willing to talk.
Okay.
What did he look like when you met him? Because we've heard that he's kind of changed over the last year.
Yeah, when I met him, he wasn't necessarily heavy, but he wasn't fit like he was come December, January. He wasn't as fit as, I mean, I don't know if you could tell with his shirt on, but with his shirt off, yeah, he had really toned up.
And the time that you knew him?
Yeah, from June to December is when I really noticed.
Okay.
This is obviously not anything to do with it as producer one. Is this the end of his?
Yeah.
Can I take pictures of those real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever see him with his shirt off?
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about what he looked like? How would you describe him?
Like the last time I saw him with his shirt on?
How about the first?
The first, just average. I mean, he really didn't have a belly or anything. I remember thinking that he wouldn't be attracted to me because because he wasn't heavy like he was in that video in 2012.
Oh, the YouTube one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being scared that he wouldn't be attracted to me because I used to weigh a lot more and I have like extra skin, so I'm not, but I remember, yeah, he wasn't as fit. He really started taking that, like working out and that Thrive, I think he said it was. He had these patches on and I asked him what they were. And because I'm a pain management patient and I'm on fentanyl patches, so I was just curious.
What do you have pain for?
I have multiple compressed disc fractures in my lumbar, and they tried going in and filling it with what they explained to be a type of concrete, and they go in and fill it, but when they did that to the fractures, it just caused more tiny fractures around that, so.
So you're on fentanyl patches all the time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, around the clock.
So what did he say about his patch?
He said that it's a patch that pretty much, diet patch that curbs your appetite, kind of, yeah, I really don't remember all the details, but that I remember asking him, you look really fit, and it seemed to happen just like that. But I really didn't see him that consistently. It's not like for that 10 months I met up with him once a week.
So let's go back to that. So you guys send messages that first night, and you said that's when in June? Like beginning of June, mid-June?
Mid-June.
Mid-June. So you guys start sending messages on Meet Me, and then tell me about how that conversation goes.
It was just really kind of innocent, small talk, asking what our hobbies, what each other's hobbies were, what we like to do.
And what did he say? Like, try and give us as many details about him so that we know you're being truthful about actually knowing Chris and not just, what you've seen on the news.
Right. He said to be like hiking, camping, anything outdoors, liked working out, of course, liked going to the movies.
Did you have any? I'm sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, spending time with his girls.
Did he have any piercings or scars?
Not that I remember. His tattoos. He has a tribal tattoo on his back, tattoos on his arms.
Okay. What would those look like?
I don't remember exactly the tattoos on his arms. The tribal tattoo on his back was kind of pretty much took up almost, went farther than both shoulder blades, and yeah, it's hard to explain a tribal tattoo, but yeah.
Did he explain to you about his home situation while you're talking? You said he had 2 girls. Did you guys talk about if he had a wife or ex-wife or girlfriend?
I didn't know he was married until, I think it was February.
Okay, so we're still in June. So is this just messages going back and forth on Meet Me?
Messages going back and forth.
Pictures? Are you guys sending pictures to each other?
No, there was no pictures.
No sexting?
After that. No, there was flirting, but no sexting.
Okay.
And it wasn't really like flirting. It was kind of dorky. I don't mean to like be offensive by that, but he's just kind of sorry, my stomach.
Good.
I mean, just the way he went about, kind of the way he complimented me, it was just very kind of dorky. I don't know how else to explain
Can you
it.
give me like one example of how he would compliment you?
Like using a pickup line, like something like just corny pickup lines, like you fall from heaven because you're an angel, like stuff like that. Just he really didn't. It seems like he didn't have the social. It seems like he had been out of the game for a while, if that makes sense. But that's kind of one thing that attracted me to him, because he had that sort of innocence about, as that he portrayed in the messages.
Okay. So when did that transition, the flirtiness, like what month, or like when did you kind of see that this is becoming more than just like flirting on Meet Me?
I gave him the address of where I was staying, and he was over there in probably 25 minutes.
Really? Where was that address that you gave him?
I don't know if those friends still live there, but it's right off I-25 on Ronald Reagan Boulevard, the Loveland exit.
Do you know the street or anything?
Ronald Reagan Boulevard.
Oh, sorry, the address I mean?
I don't know the exact...
What's their name? Because we could find it from where they used to live.
You aren't going to get a hold of them,
No.
are you?
No, we just wanted to verify what that address was.
TJ Jackson and Will.
And Will Jackson?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Are they friends of yours, or?
They were, but things ended really bad there. I was staying there because I was getting out of a toxic relationship, and then there was one night when there was domestic abuse from Will to TJ, and then I tried breaking it up. And
So were they a gay couple as well?
Mhm.
TJ and Will? Okay.
Yeah.
So you were staying with them during that time, and you think this is when in the year?
Late June, early July is when he came over.
Okay, and why do you know it was that time?
Mhm. Because I remember the 4th of July was just a few days after.
Okay. That after he came?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because
So,
Will was mad, even though him and TJ are together. Will was mad because he had found out while they were gone that I had brought a guy over, and yeah.
so TJ and Will are gone when Chris comes over?
Yeah, they were.
So they wouldn't be able to verify that they saw Chris over at the house or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So he comes over, like, how did you invite him over? What did you say?
He was hinting about being really bored, and I said, well, you can come over and watch Netflix, you know. My friends said they didn't mind if I had people over, and they did, and they did tell me that they didn't mind, but
So what was his response to you?
he said, okay, I don't know if I can stay for a whole movie, but I'll come hang out for a little bit.
Okay. So tell me about him showing up. As many details as you can. Like what's he's driving, what's he wearing?
He was driving his, I don't know if it's a Power Stroke or an F-250 Ford, early 2000s,
Okay.
maybe.
Are you pretty good at cars? Do you know cars? I mean, enough to know. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my dad owned a mechanic shop my whole life. But yeah, it was I don't know if it was a Power Stroke, or I don't remember that, or an F-250, but it was, yeah, I want to say around 2006, Ford pickup.
Did you get in the pickup at all? Did you see anything in the pickup?
Not at that time.
Okay. So he comes over in the pickup, and then what happens? Or how's he dressed? How's he acting?
He's dressed like he's almost in pajamas. He's got sweats on and just a t-shirt. I don't remember the color of the t-shirt. He's very, very shy. Wouldn't make eye contact with me at first. And then he pretty much just kind of started taking my clothes off when we were in the spare room.
He was kind of the aggressor?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't say no or
Sure.
anything like that.
And it's all right. I mean, it sounds clear to me that maybe there was some sex that night, so we can talk about it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Did he talk about like he'd done that before, like as far as your
Not at
chats or
that
anything?
point.
Not at that point? Okay, so you guys are in the spare room, he's taking off your clothes, what happens after that?
I performed oral sex on him. He performed oral sex on me. After that, there was intercourse, and he pretty much panicked and didn't really say much to me and left after the intercourse was done.
This was all done in the spare room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after that?
I texted him and I said, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, or I didn't have his number at that point, so I messaged him on Meet Me. But I said, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable and all this, and he said, no, he's like, it's not you, it's me, and he kept it very vague. And then I didn't hear from him for about another 2 weeks, maybe 3.
Okay, so what part of the year are we in right now? When you hear from him again?
Almost to August, I would say.
Okay. And what kind of message or?
He sent me a message on meet me probably more in the middle of July, but I didn't see it until more towards August. Yeah.
And what did he say?
Said something, hey, I'd love to get together again. I promise I won't just dip out on you. And he didn't use those words, dip out on you, but he said, I promise I won't freak out and leave, and it would be nice to actually have a conversation.
Okay, so what happened after that?
I messaged him back and said, okay, I'll have to message you, next time I'm available, because I was in Wyoming at that point. My parents had just sold their house, and they were buying a house in Arizona, so I was down in Wyoming watching their house.
Okay.
Or they were looking at houses in Arizona. I don't think they'd bought it yet, but...
Okay.
And I came back down to Colorado, I think the second week of August. And then we met up then, and I invited him over.
What house were you at that point?
Will and TJ's.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I invited him over.
What's he driving that time?
Sam.
The truck?
Yeah.
Okay. What color is this truck?
Dark blue, black. I never saw it. I only saw it at nighttime, but it's a darker color.
Okay.
And it's the same one from the first time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where did he say he worked?
He didn't tell me the company. He just told me he worked for an oil and gas company. And he said he portrayed it that he was out on the field and kind of almost like a rig worker. And there were times that I saw him where I saw overalls and everything that he was wearing.
Tell me about what did his work clothes look like?
Overalls.
Like, are you talking jean overalls, like colored overalls, khaki overalls? What do you...
Khaki overalls, but not like that khaki color. Something like almost like a mustard brown type color is the one that I remember seeing him in.
What kind of shirt would he wear?
When I got in his truck the time, he had a sweater sitting in the middle of us and then just a t-shirt under that. But I remember getting in the truck and he took the sweater off, so I'm assuming to work he had a sweater under the overalls.
Do you know what kind of footwear he would wear to work?
Boots, I think. I mean, not like real heavy duty boots, but...
Okay, so when that time you give him TJ's address again, I guess he probably knows where TJ lives at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he comes over again. What's he wearing that time?
T-shirt and jeans. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you know about what time it was that he came over?
It was late. It was probably 1:30 at least.
And just in a weeknight, weekend?
I think it was more towards the weekend, but I don't think it was the actual weekend, if I recall correctly.
So still during the work week, possibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened that time? How was he acting?
He was still very quiet. Still would kind of be sketchy with his eye contact, but I didn't take it as like sketchiness. I don't mean it like that, but just shy, and just kind of, very kind of reserved and soft-spoken, because I could tell that he was treading waters that he wasn't used to, if that makes sense.
Okay, so tell me what happened with that time he came over.
We probably talked for about 30, 45 minutes. Told me about his daughters. That's when he told me about his daughters.
What did he tell you about them?
He just told me that he had daughters and they were pretty much his world. And, you know, I would, if things, he even cracked a joke. I remember this. Like yesterday, he even cracked a joke. He said, if you turn out not to be a psycho, maybe you can meet him. And then he started laughing.
What do you think that meant?
I have no idea. I just find it extremely ironic.
Right.
So what other kind of stuff did he say that could help us know that you were really talking to Chris during that encounter?
During that encounter that same night, he just kind of telling me that he never really got a chance. He wanted to, I can't remember what he wanted to major in college, but I remember him talking to me about that night, and he really didn't get a chance to because of, you know, having kids, but he wouldn't change it for the world. He spoke really highly of his daughters, because I had mentioned that my widow, I don't want to call him my ex-husband because he's not, but I got married when I was 18 in Massachusetts, and then he had a 4-year-old son that he had full-time. So I was kind of exposed to, you know, being around kids really young. And then, but he died of a brain aneurysm 3 years after.
Goodness.
But yeah, I brought that up, and I was saying, God, his grandma doesn't let me see him anymore. And I was talking about my widow, is that the right?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I the widow?
You're the widow.
Oh, well, yeah, my
Deceased
husband who passed away.
Okay.
I was telling Chris how I was frustrated because his mom wouldn't let me see Aiden. And that's when he kind of went into telling me about his daughters and stuff. And he said he was grateful that I was exposed to that because he was scared to tell me he had kids because he assumed it would make me run.
Anything else about that conversation that you remember?
The biggest thing that sticks out to me is if you don't turn out to be a psycho, you know, maybe you can meet him. That's just, yeah.
Okay. So what happened after that?
There was no sex of any sort.
Not that time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No,
Why do you think that was?
I kind of made it clear that I didn't want it to be like last time, and I felt kind of used. And so there was, he gave me a back rub, and there was kissing, but yeah, that's about it. And he said he had to go because he had to work early.
And then what happened next?
It was probably 5 days. It wasn't quite, I know it wasn't a week after that, but it was probably 5 days after that when he came over and messaged me on Meet Me and told me that he was outside, and I told him he can't come in because the people that I was staying with had company. And even though I had given them money for rent and stuff, I wasn't on the lease.
Is this TJ and Will?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he came over to that house?
Yeah, he came in and parked. It's apartments. It's kind of a big apartment complex. But Yeah, and he said, "Will you just run outside?" So I ran outside, and he said he had a horrible day and just needed someone to talk to. That he mentioned that he felt trapped, and I asked him what he meant by that, and he never elaborated. And I just sat there and told him everyone has bad days. He said, I guess it was a bad day at work. He said it was just one thing after another at work. And then, yeah, I was only out there talking to him for about 5 or 10 minutes that time.
What do you think he was talking about when he said he was trapped? Like, was it work related or personal related?
I don't know. He put his head down like that, and he said, "I just feel trapped." And I went, "What do you mean?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "What's your job?" And he said, "Not necessarily." He was like, "Well, kind of." And I said, "Just altogether, I kind of feel trapped." And I just assumed that he meant, everybody gets depressed, and sometimes it seems like, especially when you work long hours, and because at the time I was working nights, and those apartments are right across from MCR when I was working there before PRN, and so I just figured he meant like kind of every day is exactly the same routine, get up, go to work, go to bed, nothing really changes.
So are you in his truck when you're talking to him? You hop in his truck?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see in his truck when you were in there?
Mm-hmm. I saw a hard hat. There were water bottles. Besides that, it was pretty clean. There was a pen in I remember there was a pen up on the dash, like by the window, and besides that.
When you remember that pen up by the dash, do you think?
Because that's where I was staring the whole time, because I just didn't. He was still really new to me, and coming to me and kind of springing this all on that he's depressed and all that. I didn't know what to say, so I kind of just stared.
Well, how is he dressed when you're talking to him?
Jeans and a t-shirt, I think. His jeans were dirty. That day the bottom of his jeans looked like they had like grease stains on them or something. But yeah, that conversation, I think, no longer than 5 or 10 minutes, because we were celebrating a friend's birthday inside, so.
So you had to go back in.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, if he's unloading on you, it generally would go longer, but
Yeah.
it sounded like you needed to get out of there.
Yeah, I told him, I said, "I'm sorry, it's Royston's birthday, and they're wanting to go, because the apartment place has a hot tub and everything. And we were wanting to go get out in the hot tub, and I don't drink, but they were wanting to drink and everything, so."
So what happened after that?
After that, it had been quite a while. Like, I didn't see him for, I think, 3 weeks.
So where are we at in the year, do you think?
September, probably, or late August,
Okay.
or early September. But he messaged me on Meet Me, told me he's erasing the app, and asked me for my phone number, so I gave it to him. Or he said lost my phone number or something, but I gave it to him again. And
So up to this point, has all of your communication been over Meet Me?
no, there were texts. The end of June.
Is that the ones you're showing me?
Mm, yeah, there were texts the end of June, and I kind of laid into him because he told me all this stuff on Meet Me, and then telling me pretty much telling him to catch, telling me what he thinks I want to hear, I'm sure. And I kind of, like, that's what those messages are. He messaged me, and then he kind of ghosted, and I said, we talked about this, like, if you're not interested, be an adult, tell me, if you're not ready for any, pretty much in everything in that context. And, yeah, there were no texts after that until September, because he said he had lost my number.
Okay, so then he asked for your number again?
Yeah, because he said he was erasing me.
Okay, what do you say why he was erasing me?
Well, I think he made a comment. He said there's just no point. I don't do anything on it. I met you on there, and I don't see any point. And then I asked him, I said, did you go on Meet Me looking for someone to date? Because it's not a dating app.
Mm-hmm. What did he say?
And he said, no, not necessarily.
So do you have him as a contact in your phone?
No, when I started seeing this guy, I erased things between my ex-fiance and all those names and stuff. Things between Chris. Well, there wasn't really anything besides Damien and Chris's numbers and a lot of texts from Damien. And
Do you remember his area code?
719.
You think it was 719?
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that?
I just always remember those first three numbers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. Do you remember the other ones? Even if it's just a piece of them?
No, because when someone sends me their number, I just automatically click on it and put their name in there.
Okay.
But
So you don't remember, it was 719-123, it was something, or you don't remember any of those pieces of it?
no, not right off the top of my head.
Okay.
So what happens after he asks for your number?
I gave it to him. He, still, I don't think he didn't text me until 2 weeks after that.
So are we into September now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, around mid-September, right before mid-September. But then he had texted me asking if we could meet up. He wanted, to do something. In the text, he suggested we go out to eat at a restaurant or something, but I was still staying at Will and TJ's, and after TJ had went to work and I think Will was at appointments or something, when he got there, he was really against going out to eat or anything like that. He said no. I'm like, is it okay if we just stay here and watch a movie on Netflix?
What did you guys watch?
Who Took Johnny? I remember that.
What's that about? I haven't seen that, I don't think.
That's the Johnny Gosh story. He was a 13-year-old back in the late 70s, early 80s he was on a paper route and he had gotten kidnapped, and there's the whole law to where it's like a Johnny Gosh thing to where...
Hold on 1 second. Let me change this real fast.
Okay.
Because this is going to be a good story, I can tell. It's going to be a movie I want to watch, I don't know.
It's a good documentary. It's disturbing though.
It sounds like it. That's the right way. Did I not put it in here? That would help, right? There we go. Okay. Go for it.
Okay.
So Johnny Or who took Johnny, you said?
Yeah, that's the name of the documentary, and it's about a paper boy that was 12 or 13 in Des Moines, Iowa, and he got taken, and there was one witness that said that he had saw Johnny, because it was like a small neighborhood, and he was the paper boy, but there was one witness that said he had saw Johnny talking to some man in his car, and the man looked angry or whatever. But
So whose idea was it to watch this movie?
I think it was mine. I know I asked him if he liked documentaries, and he said yeah. But I don't remember. I remember bringing up documentaries, but I don't know if I actually chose that or he said, let's watch this.
Okay.
But
Was there any sex that night? Any conversation?
There was oral sex before he left. But
Both, like, one on each other?
no, just he received it.
Okay.
But yeah, we watched that documentary, and it's, it has all its theories about how Johnny went into child trafficking, but pretty much Maureen Gosh pushed so much that back then they would say, oh, the kids are runaway, but I guess she made it to where it's cops have to do something within the first time of kids missing, and that's what made it that's what made that law go unattacked, because back in the day a lot of them would just say, well, if you didn't know he ran away, we can't do anything.
Any weirdness from him while you're watching the movie? Did he make any comments? Tell me about that.
He got really shaky, and he said, I couldn't imagine anyone doing that to me or a loved one, or God forbid my girls. And I said, do you want me to turn it off? And he said, no, and I'm on anxiety medicine. He said, I don't know, it just, it just set me off and put a bad taste in my mouth. And he had asked me for his Xanax. And I said, no, I'm a nurse. I'm not risking my license, If you need that, you could go get it. And I remember, from a doctor. And I remember he got kind of shitty with me about it. And then he apologized. And then...
So he didn't say he was on anxiety medicine? He just knew that you were? Is that right? So he wasn't?
I don't think so.
Okay, I thought you said that, so I just...
Yeah, I got that too. So let's be clear. He didn't say, I have anxiety. You're telling us that you were on anxiety medicine?
Yeah, he just said that documentary put a bad taste in his mouth and gave him anxiety.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he had seen me take them before or something, and he asked what they were. And I said, oh, I have generalized anxiety disorder and PTSD. So, yeah, and then after he got kind of shitty with me, because he's like I would tell anyone, and after that he apologized, and then the oral sex took place, and then he left.
What happened next?
I don't think we talked the whole month of October.
Why do you think that was?
Or we talked, but it was very short. And
This is all through text now, right? Because he doesn't have the app.
yeah.
Okay.
Never in person? Never in person?
Not for October.
Okay.
What about phone calls?
Mm-mm.
No? Is it all done through text?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the only time he had ever called me on the phone was when I was taking a long time, when I was inside Will and TJ's, and he was parked out. He wasn't in the parking lot, he was parked out on the street. So he had called me It rang like twice, and then I was walking out there. But I think he sent me a couple messages in October. And I think it was because that's when I met the guy I'm with now. And we weren't together or anything, but we were just spending time together. We were, at that time we were just friends. And so I think I just kind of avoided avoided the situation, just thought I found something a little better, because with Chris it was always, everything seemed to be kind of just about sex, almost.
So did he tell you what his name was? I mean, did you just call him Chris because that's what his meet-me name was?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and he told me what his name was.
Okay, what about his last name?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
Yeah, he told me it was Watts.
Okay. Anything else about him, like that you could say? Middle names, nicknames, where he grew up, like anything that, parents' names?
Yeah, he did tell me his dad's name, but I can't remember for the life of me. Told me, because later on when we started talking again in December or late November, I remember he told me the holidays just depressed him. And it was probably shortly after Thanksgiving, he texted me and said the holidays just depress him and all of this. And
Did you say why?
I messaged him back and I said, yeah, said something about how I just read that how the suicide rate's so high it's the highest around holidays, and I said something about, it'd be nice if we could go back to, when we were, our kids, I don't technically have any kids by blood, but not my ex-husband, but my husband who passed away, his son, I consider, because I pretty much raised him, but I made a comment saying about how it'd be nice if we could go back to those days, because holidays were so joy-filled. And I remember I was really down because my parents were really attached to my ex-fiance, and we were trying to end things, but my ex-fiance grew up Catholic, so when he came out, he got pretty much shunned. So he was, my mom is such a kind-hearted person. She opened, said you can come over whenever, and come over for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I had to deal with that awkwardness, so we kind of vented to each other about that.
You and Chris?
Yeah. And I remember him telling me, just ask him to leave, blah, blah, blah.
He was just asking you what?
I remember him telling me to just ask Damien to leave. Try to do it as respectfully as I can. And
was Damien your ex-fiance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did he seem like he was jealous, or like what did you pick up on, or was he just trying to give you advice?
He put it across like he was worried for me because Damien has domestic abuse charges against me. Mm-hmm. And
like Damien assaulted you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a time, I think it was September, when I was messaging Chris and told him that Damien was down in Fort Collins and Loveland looking for me because of Facebook posts. I didn't know that my Facebook said, when I made a post, it said in Loveland, Colorado, and I saw his car is pretty distinct. He has a 2012 Charger with aftermarket downpipes on it. I remember talking to Chris, I'm kind of worried. I said, don't want anyone else getting involved in this. I don't want Damien coming over here to a place that I don't even live and beating down the door. So he didn't express like he was jealous, he expressed more worry. He kept telling me to, walk lightly and be careful of what I say and how I say it.
So you talk about Facebook. Were you guys friends on Facebook, you and Chris?
Mm-hmm.
No.
He told me he didn't have a Facebook.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever look for him on Facebook?
Not until Damien messaged me about the bodies being found and stuff.
Oh, okay. Recently, in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we at in the month or?
We're...
Oh, Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, well, a little after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so what happens next?
And I'm sorry to interrupt. You were going to say something, she asked about his dad, and you said, oh yeah, he said something about his dad, and then we started talking about Thanksgiving. Was there anything about his dad you remember?
He said that him and his dad had a really rough relationship, and he just... pretty much when he would talk about it, because my dad, we would sit there and... because I'm not one of those people, I'm not hyper feminine or anything, but I'm one of those people that's like, if you're gonna be this way, be this way. If you're, don't live in the closet. And I mean, at that time, before all this happened, I felt bad for him because I've never known what that was like. I got outed when I was 13, so I don't know what that's like, but I've seen friends that have gone through it and stuff. But he kind of, I think, he kind of made it sound like his dad would kind of call him like a Nancy boy as to see if he showed like any signs of femininity or stuff like that. And he did tell me his dad's name, but I can't remember. Because, I mean, at the time, that's not information you think you're going to have to,
remember.
You're going to want to walk up there,
Sure. So what happened after that?
Talked off and on, just, hey, how's it going? How's work going? And then he messaged me Christmas Day and told me Merry Christmas. And I told him Merry Christmas back, and I don't think there was any conversation after that until the first or second week in January.
Tell me about that.
Where he messaged me on New Year's Eve and told me to be safe and...
Message or text?
Text.
Text message.
Text, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to make sure you weren't back on. You're going to confuse things here.
I know.
But, told me to be safe, and I said, I texted him back, and I said, get a DD if you're going to drive. And I said, obviously you don't remember I'm on pain medicine and all that stuff. I don't drink. And then I put LOL. And I said, so I'll be good. And he said, oh, duh. And sent some emoji. And then I don't think we talked again until, the second week in January. He asked me when I was coming back from Wyoming because I was there for the holidays, and it's my parents' last year in Wyoming because they bought a house in Arizona. And I think I told him a few more days, and then I was down there a few days later. And then the next time we met up was we went and parked by the Ulta they were building by that apartment on Ronald Reagan Boulevard. Because it's like connected to Centera and all of that.
Okay. And what happened when you guys parked there?
We pretty much just talked, asked each other what's been going on. He asked me if I was dating anyone. I told him no. It was just really small talk that time.
And you're in his truck, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember anything about his truck or the way he was dressed or?
Just right. I think that time he had jeans and a coat on because it was really cold. I remember it being really cold that week. And yeah, because it was a few days later, but less than a week, he messaged me, because I mean it was a short 10-minute conversation. He messaged me asking me if I could meet him at that same place, and I said yes. And he's pretty much, when he said he's there, he said, oh, by the way, my daughters are with me.
And can we slow down just a tiny bit? So at that time, after New Year's, at Alta, at the Centera, parked, just small talk that time, no sex, no oral sex, nothing?
No.
Okay. Did he talk about wanting it, or insinuate that he wanted it, or?
Yes, he unbuttoned my pants, but I told him no, I don't want a cop coming and knocking on the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, it's okay if it did happen, I should say that. I mean,
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay. But it sounds like it didn't.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I mean, there was heavy petting, but yeah.
Sure,
okay. Nothing happened.
Okay. Sorry, and then we're back to, you said days later, he asked if you could meet up again.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
He asked if I'd meet up with him again, and I said where, and he said same spot. And then it was probably 20 minutes, maybe 25, and...
Are you walking to the spot? Are you driving
no,
over there?
I'm driving.
Driving?
Yeah.
What are you driving?
Buick LaCrosse.
What color is it?
It's like gunmetal silver.
And what year is it?
2012.
Okay. So you drive over there and then you jump in his truck again, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so tell me about what happened after that.
When I jumped in the truck, I got the text that his daughters were with him on my way over there. And then I jump in his truck, and Bella's on the left-hand side, so she's the first one I see, and she's very shy, but she's smiling.
So you're in the passenger seat, right? So if you look behind you, where are they at?
Okay, I'm in the passenger seat here. I look behind me. Bella's right here.
Okay.
Celeste is directly behind me.
Okay.
And, you know, I love kids, so I could tell Bella was shy, but still, she was still smiling, and she was putting her hands over her mouth and kind of giggling. And Chris made a comment, and he said, introduce yourself, you're silly. And that's when he said, oh, this is Bella and Celeste, and he introduced me, and Celeste was just the cutest thing in the world. She just, I don't know, yeah, she melted my heart with her smile. And so there, I stayed for a while and visited with him and kind of played with Celeste. We were playing peekaboo, and, you know, she was either 2 or 3 at the time. I don't know if she had already turned 3.
Do they have anything like sippy cups, pacifiers, blankets, animals, anything that sticks out to you?
Celeste had a sippy cup.
What else?
Yeah, Celeste had a sippy cup. They were both very bundled up. They were both very bundled up in their like winter coats, had their hoods on. She did keep asking for something, and I couldn't make it out. And Chris told me she means her baba, her, not her bottle, her pacifier. And I made a comment. I said she's 2, and I wasn't trying to be mean. pass any judgment. It's like, when do kids usually stop using pacifiers? And I don't think I made him mad with that, but he kind of, well, blah, 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 if her mom would, wean her off a bit, and if her mom would do this. And then Bella said, so this was after she had warmed up to me. I had been in there for about 45 minutes, and Bella said, can I sleep with you and Mommy tonight? And then he kind of just turned beet red. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to go. And then I was very nice to the girls, told them bye, smiled at them, and, still tried to make Celeste laugh. And I got out of the car and immediately started texting him what's going on. Why does Bella want to sleep? And then I put in quotations, with you and Mommy tonight. And then he sent me a long, long text saying, in my opinion, he was just telling me what he thought I wanted to hear. He said that he was, in a loveless marriage. He was a victim of emotional and verbal abuse. Said that he didn't tell me because he wasn't honest with me, because he knew I was a good person and had morals, and I wouldn't follow through with anything with him if he did tell me. And that's what I mean as far as telling me what he thinks I want to hear. And we continued to message about it. I told him that I've seen things like this unfold, and it's never pretty, for either party. So if he does want to live an out lifestyle, whether it's gay or bisexual, he needs to, because I told him that night that I wasn't going to continue seeing him, and he asked me if I was going to, he made some type of comment saying, are you going to start gunning for me as far as outing me? And I said, no. So it's not my place to tell anyone your sexuality, it's yours. And then we met up about 2 weeks after that because he wanted to talk face to face. And when I saw him that time, he had bags under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He was in slippers and sweats. I had never seen him dressed like that. And he just pretty much sat there and, it was all, I don't want to say it was a pity party for him, but he just pretty much unleashed on me and told me all these issues that she makes him, and he never said his wife's name to me. I didn't know Shannon's name until after this whole case came out. But he told me that she was just brutal to him and treated him like he was stupid and all this. And I told him I'm sorry. I wish I could help or do anything, but if he's truly unhappy, then he needs to leave. And then he made a comment about me staying with Damien, the one who has charges from laying his hands on me. But he made a comment about me staying with Damien for 2 years after the first time he put his hands on me. So after that, I just...
Was he kind of indicating he was in a domestic violence marriage?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I said, if you're unhappy, and she really is emotionally and verbally abusive, because I did tell him that the emotional and verbal abuse was probably worse than the physical with Damien. And so he threw it in my face that I stayed with Damien for 2 years after the first time he laid his hands on me and started treating me like that. And I was a go-go dancer at Boys Town 10 years ago. Just like stuff like that he would throw in my face. And Chris got kind of got shitty with me, and I'd never seen that side of him, or he'd never acted like that with me. And I just said I wasn't the one pouring my guts out to you about, my lover or my ex-lover. You were. If you're gonna get shitty with me, there's no need to have this conversation. And then, yeah, that was done with. And then, yeah, we met one more time in, it was either late March or early April. And there was oral sex. There was talking for about 20 minutes before, and then there was oral sex.
Both ways?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then there was actual intercourse.
Where was this?
We parked at Centera in my car.
Okay.
What time of day is this?
It was probably 11:30 at night. And
How long had it been since you'd seen him?
at least 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay.
Because we kind of got into that tiff or argument
Okay.
about him sitting there
What do you
calling me a dumbass for staying with this person for 2 years after they hit me, after he just unleashed all these things to me about how she treats him like he's stupid and he's miserable. So, yeah, there's at least a 3 or 4 week gap before we talked again.
All right.
So,
I'm sorry, you were saying it was like 11:30 at night, Buick, Centera. Keep going.
after that, after we were done, he made a comment that just kind of made me ill. I mean, he said that I'm going to go home and kiss my wife and she's going to taste you on my mouth. And after that, I just pretty much told him that stop texting me.
Were you mad?
Yeah.
Why did he say it?
He thought it was funny. He laughed after he said it. That really pissed me off, so I asked him to get out of my car and to not text me. And then there were probably 3 or 4 texts that he'd sent to me up until May. And that's when I stopped talking to him. It was the last time.
Like, what are his texts saying when they're texting you?
When the
3
last
to
time
4,
he's messaging me, saying, I'm so sorry I said what I did. He's like, I'm being really spiteful and I need to find the right way to go about this. He's kind of almost hinting to me or trying to convey that he's going to find a way to go about something so we can be together, assuming he was just telling me that he was going to try to find a way about leaving Shannon or something. I don't know. Or coming out. Could have been. I don't know.
Is this cell phone number that you you don't have right now, is that the one he was texting?
Towards
number
the
he was
end.
texting you?
Towards the end.
What other number did you have that he would have been texting?
My old fiance has it now.
What is that? We're not gonna call him, I just wanted.
It was he changed the number, but it was 307-277-9210.
That's what you would have originally been texting with Chris on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Until when, do you think?
Until I think November, December.
So June of 2017 till November, December 2017, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So when he said that comment that made you mad, were you mad right then that night? Did you let him know, or was it, oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I said that's a disgusting thing to say. And he said I was just kidding. I said I don't care. I told him straight up, I said you make me feel like a booty call.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, you make me feel like shit.
Yeah.
And then he looked at me, I had Botox like in the face, but he, squinted his eyes at me like that, and like I was, like he didn't know why I was mad. So, but yeah, I don't know, he never said any, before any of this would have happened, I would have told anyone that he was a happy, insecure, loving, gentle, soft-spoken.
Did he tell you that he loved you?
I don't think those words were ever said. He talked about how he cared about me, but I don't think.
Did he ever give you anything? Cards, letters, anything like that?
He gave me money once, and I didn't even need it. But
How much money did he give you?
He's very generous. He gave me $60 because I lost. That was in January, because I had lost a gift card that my grandma had sent, and it was just a prepaid Visa gift card. I was looking for it in my car, and I was, God, I can't believe I can't find that. He said, well, here. And I said, I don't need it. And he said, no, just take this. And I said, I'm not going to take it. And then he shoved it in my pocket and wouldn't let me give it back to him.
So it's not like he's paying for sex or anything like that with you, or did he ever offer to pay for sex with you or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, it seemed like more of a curiosity and then just like a booty call, kind of? Is that what it kind of seemed like to you?
It really seemed like that at first. There towards the end, it seemed like he was kind of catching feelings. I could tell he was getting jealous when I was with other men, whether they be friends or, whether it be friends or whoever. I could tell that he was getting jealous, and I invited him over to hang out with all of us one night, and I said, let's get in the hot tub, blah, blah, blah. And this was before I knew that he was married, but,
Did he get in the hot tub?
No, he didn't come. He said, no, I'm not up for meeting people tonight.
He said what?
He said, I'm not up for meeting people tonight.
Did he ever spend any time with you and any other guys?
Mm-hmm.
No? Okay. Was he just uncomfortable around other gay men?
I think in a way, because he kind of I think he assumed that every gay man has a gaydar and they're going to be able to say, hey,
Oh, call him out for being gay?
Yeah. It took a long time for him to get out of that kind of sketchy, like I said, when I first met him, his eyes were very racy and he wouldn't make eye contact with me
Obviously you've seen tons of pictures of Chris on the news. Is that the same person that you were having this quasi-relationship with?
Yeah.
As far as the girls go, I'm sure you've seen pictures and videos of them on the news, Facebook, whatever.
I saw one. I can't look at them. I can't look at.
Do they look like the same girls that you saw?
Yeah, I can't look at any of Shannon's videos, but when I saw the video of Bella, the one video that I did see of Bella and Celeste and Chris, I can't watch any of them.
Did you ever see him drive any other vehicles besides his work truck?
I think he did tell me once that he said something about taking he got a brand new Explorer, 2015 or 2016 Explorer. And he said something about that, but I never saw him driving it.
So all the times you guys were together, he was driving his work truck?
Yeah, if that is his work truck, or I don't know if it's...
A truck?
Yeah, truck.
Okay, but you saw work stuff in there, right? Hard hat, whatever?
Yeah, a couple times I saw a hard hat.
Was there anything in the back of the truck?
In the bed?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Nothing like huge that would stick out, or I think I would remember.
No decal on the side saying, X company or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. No.
So help us to prove that you're being truthful, because a lot of the stuff that you're saying could be true of a lot of people. I know that sounds weird, but it could be true of a lot of people, and it could be true of people that watch a lot of news stuff, who looked at Shanann's Facebook page. I mean, she pretty much put her whole life out there. So help us show that you were being truthful by telling us all the things that only you would know because you were actually with Chris.
Just the type of person he was.
But I can see that on Facebook because she shows videos of him and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, I mean, what do you?
So just
Scars, did he have weird genitals? Is there
Circumcised.
anything that only you would know?
Not
Is he circumcised? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was circumcised. Yeah.
like, what kind of underwear did he wear? Like
Regular boxers, couple times. Either boxers or boxer briefs.
both? Did he wear both?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen both.
Okay, so tell me what kind of boxers he would have. Like, did you ever see anything that had a funky design and you were like...
Plaid. I remember, plaid pair, maybe like gray and black. Or, I remember it being a darker pair, and then the boxer briefs were... I think he seemed like he started wearing the boxer briefs more when he got more in shape, like towards the end of last year. And they were all just, I think, one solid color. Black pair, blue pair, like an army green pair.
Hair, no hair?
He was somewhat hairy. I mean, he wasn't covered in hair, but he definitely had hair on his chest, and happy trail. Didn't have hair on his back, but he did have hair on the front of him. He had, compared to me, he had a lot of hair on his arms, a lot of hair on his legs. I don't remember any distinct scars.
Did he talk to you about any surgeries he had, anything like that? Like anything significant in his life that, would have got brought up in some conversation that you can go, oh yeah, no one knows about this, or it's not in the news, but he told me this.
No, when I told him about my back procedures, he said that he's never had anything too serious done. Or nothing as serious as that, I think.
Sports he played in high school, college he went to, if he went to college, anything like that.
I don't remember. He talked about college a lot. I don't remember the name though. Last year in college was either 2012 or 2013.
That was his last year in college.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that? What did he say?
Yeah, because he talked about wanting to talked about wanting to major and never getting a chance to, so he just got it figured being with an oil and gas company was a good choice as far as pay and income.
Okay. What were his jobs before?
I don't remember. He told me he had been with that company for a couple years at least.
Did he ever talk about, oh, before that I did this job, or I'm really good at this skill because of my last job, or?
No, the big thing he probably, like as far as jobs, he prided himself on pretty much like being a rig worker, because I told him that a lot of friends, and I was confused. I didn't know what company he worked at, because the friends that I have that work out on the oil rigs, it's strictly oil companies, and they go out there and they're like tool pushers or, stuff like that. And I asked him about it, and he said, no, it's not like that. I don't go travel to North Dakota, and because I said, oh, my friend goes to Williston and travels all the time and stays 2 weeks there and stuff like that. And he said he'd travel for work sometimes, but not like going on the rigs for 14 days and then coming back for 14 days. So I didn't really quite understand his job, because that's what I was used to, because the people I knew in Wyoming and worked, like I said, they were like tool pushers or rig hands or whatever.
Did he talk about where he likes to go on vacation?
He mentioned to me multiple times that we should go to Washington. He said he really liked the West Coast, but he didn't want to be in a place like California that was so highly populated.
Did he talk about vacations that he had been on?
I think he did. I told him about that before me and Damien split. We went on a cruise, 4-day, 3-night cruise, or other way around, 3-night, 4-day. And I think he just talked about places he aspired to go.
Like where?
Said he always wanted to go to like Central America, Europe, wanted to go to Amsterdam. Talked about Canada a lot. I'm just trying to think, because I remember we had a full conversation after I told him, because I can't remember if that was, I think it was the year before that me and Damien went on that cruise, and that was the first time I had ever, been in international waters, so I was telling him about that, and we had a full conversation about it, but I think, from what I can remember, he just told me about places he aspired to go. He said he wanted to go on one of the cruises that wraps around and goes to Alaska.
Had he talked about ever being with a man before, as far as sexually? What did he say about that?
He said that he had an experience when he was younger, college or high school. Well, I'm assuming high school, because he didn't start college right after high school. high school, he had an experience, and he said it was pretty much one and done, and they never talked about it again, and kind of lost contact. And after that, he told me that I was the first after that. But yeah, I can't think of any places in particular that he's told me he's gone. Well, he said he went to North Carolina in 2016 or 2015. He said, but that wasn't much.
What did he do there?
I don't think he even really elaborated on it. The way he put it, he was like, I went to North Carolina last year, or maybe it was the year before, and he was like, what did you do?
Mm-hmm.
It's North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did he have braces when you knew him?
No.
You sure?
I don't think I remember braces.
Did he ever talk about his hobbies?
For the only hobbies that I knew, he kind of just repeated. I mean, like I said, I think he just told me what he thought I wanted to hear, because he kind of just repeated my hobbies.
Oh.
Told him I liked hiking, camping, and I mean, a lot of people like that, so, I mean.
That's why you're in Colorado, right?
Yeah. But, so he couldn't have been, maybe he wasn't just repeating what I said, maybe he honestly does like those.
So is he from Colorado?
No, he said originally no.
Where was he from?
I don't know if we ever went that far into it. Yeah, because he had asked me like how Wyoming was, and he had driven through there. That's about it.
Have you ever been to his house?
I know now that just from the look of the neighborhood, I know now that I was a couple blocks away one night when he called me. But
What did he call you and say?
he said, we were trying to figure out a place to meet, and he said, well, can you just come here and park here, and when you see my truck pass, just follow me. And yeah, after my ex fiance sent me that on the news and everything, I kept looking at his interview over and over and over, and then it showed the front of the house, and I know that I was in that neighborhood because he had me come to Frederick. And I mean, I know Frederick's right there by Loveland, but every other time he'd always come to me in Loveland.
And what happened when you met with him that time? Is that one of the times you told us about?
Yeah, that's when we went and parked somewhere in Centera.
So, Trent, there's GPS that we know as far as, his vehicle and stuff, so we can verify all of this. So is that going to show that he was at Centera and that he's at this Ronald Reagan Boulevard address and all of that?
I mean, yeah, it should.
Is there any reason it wouldn't?
Not that I can think of. I mean, can you turn your GPS off?
They can't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no. Not that I can think of.
And we haven't seen much about him driving his work truck at night, because he can only drive it when he's working. So just some of this stuff I'm just trying to figure all of that out,
Pieces together, yeah.
Yeah. So what did he say about it? Did he ever make it mention, like, I shouldn't be driving this right now, or this is my personal truck, or anything like that?
No, he was very like, it was like he was very careful, but he never, like, mentioned anything about it.
What do you mean he was careful?
Like, he was, almost like he was constantly looking around, but I assume that was because of the situation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, no, he had never mentioned anything like that.
So it seems like you guys, you knew him for quite a while. All things considered, you're still pretty young, so a year is a long time.
Yeah.
It seemed like you knew him quite a while. We're very interested, and it's very important that we get to know who he really was, because when we were introduced to him, there was missing people and then dead people, right? So
Yeah.
it's clear that some of the things he said to us were just patently false, right?
Yeah.
So we really need to know who he was, and it sounds like you could be really helpful in that. But there's 100 people right now watching the news and calling us and saying, this is what I know, and they're all lying, right? And so please don't take offense, but do you mind if we kind of hammer you on a few things just to make sure that what we're talking about is really Chris?
What do you mean, hammer me?
Well, so just to make sure that you're not confusing Chris with someone else. Are you pretty sure that we're talking about the same guy that's on TV?
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah.
Okay.
99.
Yeah, I mean, you had sex with him, you met with him, you know him, right? It's
Yeah.
pretty hard to confuse him.
Yeah.
So then, some of the things that, we need to make sure add up are, it sounds like you guys talked about your personal lives, maybe some hopes and dreams, maybe the fact that he was uncomfortable with his sexuality. You mentioned that he may have been straight, bi, or gay, and who knows, right? And so you met him during maybe a time that was for him experimental.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned he was maybe walking in waters he wasn't used to. I liked it when you said that. That's a pretty good description.
Yeah, I could tell it was something that he...
Yeah. So then why come to us today?
Because you asked me to, and you said you'd show credentials.
But why talk to the news and why talk to us? 'Cause in other words, some people are just like, oh my God, I just got to get out of here. I hope no one finds me.
Well, I was getting threats via Grindr, and I mean, the way it seems now is that it was someone that I confided in, and they're the ones that told. But I was, people saying, I'm going to put your story out there that you were effing a murderer, blah, 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 and only me and Chris know what happened between us, and I don't want anyone else's narrative on that. Because on social media, they're tearing me apart. I don't understand, and I'm sorry, and I don't mean to get hyphy, or anything, but people are saying I'm looking for my 15 minutes of fame and all this. Well, since when is famous? Since when does sleeping with a murderer make you famous? Since when would anyone want their name tied in with that?
There's a lot of publicity that goes along with it, so especially with this kind of case that's catching national news.
Yeah.
So some people are like, they just want to put their name out there and bump up your Instagram followers, whatever. Like there's a reason for for everything that why people would do something like this. So
Yeah.
we've seen it all, so that's why we're trying to just kind of vet you out and just make sure that's why I'm saying to you, tell me something unique that we can go, that's Chris.
Yeah. We talked about wanting to get more tattoo work done.
What did he want?
So he wanted to finish both sleeves, get more detail work done, possibly add to his back piece, because we talked about tattoos a lot, because I have a lot too.
Where did he get his ink?
I'm not sure. I gave him a recommendation because where I go in Casper, the owner of that shop has been in Tattoo Magazine. So I gave him a recommendation because, it was last summer when we first met, but I gave him a hard time because one of the tattoos on his arm kind of looked kind of looked like an amateur like tattoo, and I was just giving him a hard time.
Which tattoo was it?
I can't even make out what it is, but it's the one on his, it's one of them on his forearm, and it's supposed to tie into everything else. And I can't, but yeah, he never told me where he'd got it done. He told me he'd got it done over a span of probably 3 years, 2 years maybe.
You don't even know what it was? What the tattoo was?
On his arms, I didn't really pay attention. I just knew the tattoo on his back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, so just help me, you see you're giving him a bunch of flack about it because it was a bad tattoo?
Yeah, it looked really fake. It looked a lot older than it was. I thought it was like a 10, 12-year-old tattoo. But
And he said it tied into his other tattoos?
apparently it wasn't. Yeah.
Like, how did it tie in, do you know?
I don't remember this story he gave behind his tattoos. Because, I mean, I'm sure I asked him, you know, do your tattoos mean anything to you? If so, what? Because I remember him asking me, you know, what does this tattoo mean? What does this tattoo mean?
What kind of stuff did you do to keep in shape?
So he did a lot of push-ups, a lot of burpees, a lot of stuff with free weights. He was always trying to get me to start doing stuff with free weights and all that because of my back issues. And I just kind of always told him that I'm kind of limited on what I do because of my back issues. But yeah, did free weights and stuff. And
do you remember what kind of food he liked? If he chewed a certain type of gum, like anything like that?
There was a period there where he was just trying to get all the protein in he could. I remember that. Maybe it continued, and maybe I didn't notice because I didn't really eat around him much. We didn't like eat together or anything much, but I mean, you know, there was a couple times he chewed gum. It was spearmint, but I mean, it's not like he always had a piece of gum in his mouth or anything like that. I mean,
You talk about any friends, any family members?
the only people I met that were close to him were his daughters. The only person he talked about that was part of his family was his dad. I mean, pretty much told me that his dad was, they just kind of had a hard relationship when he was growing up.
So would Will and TJ know about him, or about you going out to visit him in his truck? Like, would they have at least seen his truck even if they didn't know who he was?
I don't think so, not with the way those apartments are set up, because you go up the stairs and then there's apartments on each side and you can only see out, like, you go up the stairs and then Will and TJ's apartment was right on your right, and then there was an apartment across from it, but there was apartments on each side of here, so you can only see out that way or that way, and it was only probably 6 to 8 feet wide.
So how did you keep seeing his truck when he would come to
I would walk down the stairs.
like walk him out kind of thing, or just to meet him, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like walking down, the right side of the stairs. So the way the apartments are set up is there's 2 sides of stairs on each, to go up from either way. I don't know if that's making any sense to you, but.
Do you know what building they were in? Letter, number, anything like that?
B, I think it was. I can't remember for sure though. I just remember you turn into those buildings, you take a right, and it was the building straight ahead.
And you don't think that They still live there? Or do you?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I cut off contact with them.
So they have no idea that you were maybe with this guy who's now a murderer?
No.
Okay.
Well, they probably do now, because it's all over
Well,
news, but...
Yeah, I don't want them knowing that I brought him into their house. Because I don't, and if it were a friend, if it were a dear friend, a loved one that was close to me that I trusted, I would tell them, but I don't know how these people, I don't know how the one Will would react.
Did you tell anyone when this was going on, that you were
I
seeing the
told
married
Will,
guy?
I told Will about it, but I didn't say like names or anything.
What would Will know about it?
Just told them that someone came over that morning, and then when he asked when I would leave, he'd be like, are you going to hang out with that same guy? Did you meet someone else off Grindr? Because Will assumed that I met him off Grindr, and I didn't.
Didn't you say at one point they became kind of mad because you brought him into the apartment? What was that about?
They were trying to get me to have relations with them, like threesome. Well, what one of them was, and I think the other one was just going along with it or whatever, but there was jealousy there between, with Will. I don't think with Will's partner, I don't think there was any jealousy. I don't think he cared either way, but yeah, there was jealousy there with Will.
And then what did they get mad about? I thought you said, and maybe I misunderstood, but didn't they get mad after they found out you brought Chris into the apartment or something?
They got mad that I had brought someone in there and had sex in their spare room.
Oh, and that was maybe a jealousy thing?
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't know it was Chris or who, or are you sure?
Yeah, I didn't even know his last name at that point.
Oh, okay.
So tell me about those messages that you have on your phone. You have 2 screenshots, right?
Mm-hmm.
They look fairly recent, right? That you took those. So where did you take those from that they're recent?
Off my Damien's phone.
So Damien has the phone that he used to communicate with Chris on?
Yeah, I asked him if I could have those, and then he could erase everything else.
And did Damien erase everything else?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? Or
I
you just...
think so. I could ask him, but I think he did. He was really, really salty over the situation.
So he knows everything that's going on right now?
He was the one that, I didn't even know that Chris's family was missing or anything, and it wasn't brought to my attention until he contacted me, and...
When Damien contacted you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And said, blah, blah, blah. I told you this guy, kind of like, I don't know if it's his way to shove it in my face.
So how did Damien know about Chris?
I was with Damien for 6 years, so he was really the closest one I had to me at that point. So there were certain things I confided in him about when I thought that Damien could be adult about it.
Okay. I thought you said you didn't tell anyone else about Chris.
No, Damien knew, because he's the one that brought this all to my attention, because I don't watch the news.
But how did Damien know that this guy on the news, Chris, was the same guy that you were with?
Well, he asked me originally, because he said, you have all these texts between you and Chris W., and like I said, I have people that I confided in, and that I thought were my, 2, 3 of my closest friends, and they're still friends with Damien too, and I think that's how it all came out.
So then, is it accurate to say that when you found out Chris Watts, Chris W., was your Chris, you told somebody, and then they may have told, and they may have also told Damien?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then at that point, Damien started saying stuff to you about Chris.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Don't let me put words in your mouth. Is that what happened?
Yeah, because I had a Chris W. there, and Damien had known that I wouldn't go and say my boyfriend, that Chris was my boyfriend or anything like that, but Damien had known that I was seeing a guy named Chris at that time, and I was staying in Loveland at Will and TJ's, and Frederick's right there, and yeah, Damien still had text saved from a bunch of people from when I had that phone.
You know, why would you say, give me those and then delete everything else when you know this, like, huge cases on the news?
There wasn't anything else. There wasn't like anything really that could have been offered through the other text. I guess I just wanted something.
Do you see why that looks weird? Kinda.
What do you mean?
Just as far as you saving 2 of them off and then telling him, go ahead and get rid of the rest. Like, I don't know, to me, you would think you'd want to keep it all, you know, like...
Keep it all, get rid of it all.
Yeah, exactly. Delete it all, like, I don't want anything to do with that guy because now I found out he's a murderer or whatever. Or, I'm going to keep all of this because if this story breaks or whatever, if people start coming after me for some reason, like, I have evidence of this.
Yeah.
Do you see, then you just
Yeah.
have 2 kind of benign text strings?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. But it's, at the time, all of this happening, it's...
I guess, sometimes
If you
we're not
put yourself
thinking,
in my
yeah.
situation, I don't feel like I did anything wrong, but I still feel guilty of something. I feel...
Yeah, I don't want you to
whether
feel guilty,
I let
yeah.
myself down or whatever,
Sure.
misjudge someone when I pride myself on being one of the best judge of characters I know.
Mhm.
And like I said, with Shannon's videos, I can't watch those. Like, it's...
Right, of the girls and
it's
stuff.
kind of, yeah.
What do you think we should do? What's the best thing we can do with this information now that we know that you're with Chris? What would you have us do with this?
What do you mean as far as... I know this is pertinent to the type of person he was and everything, but I honestly, he never mentioned anything like, I'm gonna strangle my wife or whatever. That's kind of where I didn't know if I would even be pertinent to any information here. Because
Well, putting together his past is very important to us so we can understand who Chris was.
Yeah.
Because Chris isn't the Chris that was, this last week or last 2 weeks. Like, he has a whole history of things that have happened in his life that we need to know
yeah.
about so we can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Kind of make things make sense to us. And this would be very significant in that if it's true. You would probably agree with that, I would think, that, it's pretty significant that
Mm-hmm.
if he had this other life that no one knew about,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did he ever tell you his wife caught him, had inklings that he was gay or confronted him about being gay or
When he was
anything
with
like that?
you or with somebody?
No, he said that she had joked with him about, she said, "Are you cheating on me?" And he said it was a complete joke. And she said something like, "I'm just kidding. I know you wouldn't even know you probably wouldn't even know how to hit on someone anymore," or something of that nature.
What's Damien's last name? Because this is a problem. We're going to probably have to get that phone that you had, that he has now. We're going to have to get that phone.
Yeah.
So what's Damien's last name? What's his new phone number? You said he had a new number or something, right?
Yeah.
So he has your phone, he just changed the number, ported a different number to it? Is that right?
Yeah, it's not on, I don't think he has it on, like, I think he switched it to the straight talk because he said that was easier or cheaper or whatever.
Okay.
Monthly.
How do you spell Damien?
Damian.
And what's his last name?
It's Ferns.
How do you spell that?
Furn or Ferns.
S, not Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what's his new phone number?
Let me see.
Are you texting or trying to find it?
Oh, the number I have saved is a number from before. Yeah, it's the 9210.
So how do you get a hold of them if you need to talk to them?
I must have just not saved him under my contacts.
Are you guys still in contact with each other? Or you haven't?
Not really.
No?
We're, like I said, we had a pretty rough ending, so
Where does he live?
I'm not even sure. He was in Casper with me for a while, but I know he's not there anymore. So,
Is he in Colorado?
I think so. I think he's in Fort Collins. Or, Fort Collins or Wellington.
So how do we find him? Do you have a person you can text and ask what his number is, or? Sounds like you have a lot of mutual friends.
And if you're nervous,
Yeah, we have, we don't have a lot, but we have two very close friends that kind of stay.
we can try and see if you can get a current number from him. And we're very discreet. We're not going to throw your name under the bus. You can imagine we have to protect your name and every victim's name. So,
Yeah.
and the truth of the matter is, it's probably better if we get a hold of him before news media or, other people who don't have his interest in mind.
Are you texting someone to see if you can find it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Texted my brother to tell him I called Damien off your phone. Do you have that number?
Do you want to run upstairs real quick?
Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom break. How are you doing on the restroom? You all right?
I think I'm good. I can...
We're going to just run upstairs real quick.
Okay. Can I grab some more water?
Yeah, you bet. Let me grab for you. You all right in here otherwise?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, this is not my office. I had to go chase down some water for you.
Oh, no
I'll be right back.
worries, thank you. Dude.
Hey,
Hi.
did you get Damien's number?
I didn't yet. My brother.
I guess I'm kind
My
of.
brother said he didn't have it, but I know he does. When I go look on his phone, I know it's on there, because unless he erased from numbers I dialed to.
So I'm kind of confused because you got those screenshots. How did you get these screenshots?
I got those screenshots the last time I met up with Damien. Probably when this all came about, like Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, so did you just take them on the phone or did he send them to you?
I took them.
Like with that phone? Oh, you took a picture? Can I see this picture, the picture again? Sorry, I just want to see. That's not a picture of a phone. That's an actual screen, like, that's someone sending you a screenshot.
Oh, yeah, Damien took the screenshots and then I took the picture. Yeah, I lined it up right. Yeah.
No, it's like perfect. Like this looks just like someone sent you a screenshot.
Yeah, I don't think the only text that Damien was sending me is how stupid I am and
Can I see those?
how I erased them since then because he's my ex-fiance. I mean, it was kind of negativity at the time and just getting to me more, so that's why. But
So Trent, can we have kind of a tough conversation?
sure.
Some of the stuff you're talking about is pretty hard to believe. And we're getting to the point where we're wondering if you're wasting our time.
I mean, is there a question or, I mean, I don't know how you want me to respond to that. I don't know what else you want me to.
These are the challenges that we have, right? You told us that you watched the video over and over, okay? So we know that you're aware of everything that's out there, and all you've talked about are things that anyone else knows. You haven't brought forth any information. You're having sex with a guy in his car, and you don't know anything about him other than what the public knows about him, okay? You took $60 from him. You were self-admitted booty call, and so now we're wondering if you're a hooker who maybe blew a guy who was a murderer and maybe feels guilty about it, or maybe feels like you're going to get in trouble about it. I don't know what's going on with you, but I don't know why you're here tonight.
No, I'm not a hooker.
Why are you here tonight?
I've had it because she asked me to be here.
No. Back up. The calls between you and Damien and your friends who are blackmailing you, what's that about?
I don't know that it was Damien.
You told us it was maybe some friends who told Damien, and Damien knows about this. How does Damien connecting the dots between you and Chris?
Because I opened up to Damien back then about it when I thought that...
And now you can't find his phone number.
Well, I had cut every...
Stop, just stop.
You see how that kind of doesn't make sense, Trent?
Yeah, I mean, I see how it doesn't make sense, but I didn't ever think in this situation that I would have to recall every little detail. I'm not a hooker.
You're not recalling any details, Trent.
I'm not.
So that's why we're talking to you, because a lot of it doesn't make sense, because like we said, a lot of it is stuff that everyone else knows. If you took 5 minutes and looked through Shanann's Facebook page, like you said you have, I could learn 90% about these people.
I looked at Shanann's Facebook page. I said I saw one of her videos. I never said I looked at her Facebook page.
Okay, well,
You're
most of
on
her
national
Facebook
TV,
stuff.
and you're going to be on national TV again according to CNN, okay? So let me back up, because you can tell I'm getting a little bit angry, right? So before I get angry, how about we start over and I'll say this. Now is the time to pull out of all of this, okay? Because you are about to get pulled into a nightmare by the national media.
I already have. I mean, I already have been. I was hoping you guys...
No, you walked into that. You haven't been pulled yet, okay? I just can't figure out why you're doing all of this, why you're lying to us, why you're here.
I mean, I guess you can have, I mean, yeah, you're free to have your opinion, your assumptions, but...
I don't want my opinion, I want the truth. What's happening? Why are you here? What do you want out of all of this?
I don't want anything.
Then why are you going on TV?
All of this. I was scared that someone else was going to put it out there. I didn't want anyone else's narrative on it except for my own. That's it. I probably acted foolishly. I'm probably...
Well, Trent, I'll be honest with you, when someone says, when we say, how sure are you that it's really Chris, you say 99%. Why would you not say 100%? Like, I had sex with the guy, that's the guy. Like, there's no question about it. Like, why would you even give us a 1% chance that it wasn't?
I mean, that's just kind of...
No, that's weird. Most people that know for sure that that's that person, that's had a relationship with that person for months and months and months, would say, that's the guy. I mean, you have to think about it. It's not 99%, it's 100. Like, that's the guy. Do you see, like, we pick up on little clues like that don't make sense to us?
But I didn't mean it like... I was just using that because, I mean, I guess people use that as a term. I'm 99.999% sure, you know, maybe that's why I used it.
Do you think that there's a chance that, you know, obviously you were in a horrible relationship before, you have PTSD, you know, you talked about, you know, having children in other relationships that, you know, you now can't see and things like that. Do you think there's any chance that maybe you were kind of reliving some of those relationships from the past that, you know, kind of made you, when you see Chris's on the TV, it kind of was like, you know, brought some stuff back?
No, because my husband that passed away wasn't accused of murder.
I know, but it would be a relationship with someone that had children, you know, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you've seen him on the news and his girls, and I mean, do you think that happens to people sometimes?
No.
They can kind of put their own story on things that they see on TV and then kind of make it their own, you know, like, oh yeah, I was there too, or that was part of me, or...
No, because I wasn't in a situation like that.
Are you worried about something that maybe could have been illegal with regard to paying for sex, with regard to, you know, indecent exposure, with regard to anything like that? Is there anything? Because I got to be honest with you. I'm an FBI agent. She's a CBI agent. That's not stuff we care about. We just don't. We don't care about any of that. So if that's maybe what's happening, that's fine. But let's get it out today. Let's move past it. You'll never have to deal with us again. But let's just figure that out, okay?
If he gave me money for sex?
Yeah.
I mean, not every time.
Okay.
But yeah, the $60 and there's another time there was $100.
Mm-hmm.
There's another time it was $250.
Mm-hmm. You're doing very good. Okay. You can imagine we know quite a bit about Chris that we're not telling you we know about. Okay? We've gone through his...
Have you guys talked to him? Did you guys tell you this?
We've talked to him.
He told you this?
He's told us everything, so it's time to get it out.
He told you that he hired a male escort. Pretty much. I mean, in short.
Yeah. So you can see why we were a little bit angry earlier when you weren't telling us the truth. So how about this? Let's take a big breath.
I don't want
and get it out.
The media out there having my name with prostitute next to it.
Well, we don't either, but we gotta get down to the truth too. So why don't you do what he says, take a deep breath, and maybe start over.
I mean, all the timeline, let's tell them the truth about all the timeline. Chris asked me about, I mean, things didn't happen the first time we got together. He did offer me money, and
Oh, the first time?
I took it.
Okay, good. This is very good. You're doing much better. Would it be helpful, I think maybe it would be helpful if we ask questions and then you can just tell us the truth. Because I can see it in your eyes and in your chest. It's maybe hard to talk about. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Can we just ask you some questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how did he find you on Meet Me?
It has Meet Me has a thing about it to where you can see people's distance. So say you want to filter people out, say looking for men near you, looking for LGBT men near you.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's how. I don't know, he never told me.
Okay. So then your profile was, open and willing to meeting people, part of the LGBTQ community, gay?
Mhm.
Okay. And then he, it sounds like, was experimental, looking for someone maybe to kind of show him the ropes. Is that fair? Okay. Also maybe looking for an uncomplicated money transaction, sex, and get out. Is that accurate? Okay, and don't let me put words in your mouth. Is that really what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the first time you guys meet, does he find you or do you find him?
He finds me.
Okay. Are you sure about that? Keeping in mind that we have his phone and know the answer, are you pretty sure that he found you?
He sought me out
Okay.
originally, but there was a time where I thought he was going to bail out, so.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So then that first time he meets you, what was the time frame again?
Right before July 4th.
Okay. And 2017. Okay. He finds you, you guys meet, money and sex. Is that right? Okay. How much money?
That was the time, it was $250.
Oh, okay. First time, 250. Sex was oral sex? Okay. You perform on him? Does he perform on you?
Yes, but not the climax.
Okay. And then tell me about the negotiation. How does that work?
He tried giving me $30 and,
Jeez, Trent, you go cheap on you.
yeah, and I said no, it's not how this is going to work. And
Okay.
the next thing he handed me was $250.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All 20s and a 10.
Okay. You're pretty sure it was 250 and it was cash? Okay. Was there anything about the pre-meeting where he knew he needed to bring money?
Yeah, it was insinuated.
Okay. And how was that?
I put out there half-jokingly that I don't do anything for free with someone that I don't know from a hole in the ground.
Okay. Good. This is perfect. I got to tell you, I can tell the difference between when you're telling the truth and we're getting it out and about an hour ago when we were kind of struggling. Okay. Is it fair to say that you'd rather not give us Damien's phone number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's on that phone? On your phone, or somehow you know Damien's phone number?
I really did erase the text
Okay.
and everything because I'm currently seeing a guy and just trying to change everything. And
Okay.
Damien was part of a pretty toxic,
Right.
hard part of my life.
Okay. And by the way, I'm really sorry about that. That's not good at all.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm glad you're out of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so then how many meetings would you say in total there were between you and
Where
Marcus?
money was exchanged.
Yes, where money was exchanged.
4.
4? You pretty sure about that? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's all right. I mean,
4.
was it
4 or 5.
Was it 20 or was it 4?
It was 4 or 5.
Okay. And again, keep in mind, we know quite a bit. We know his phone. 4 or 5. Okay. So that was money times, and each time was it sex, oral sex, all that? Was it all of the above every time?
No, there was one time when he got He gave me the time he gave me 160. He gave it to me up front, and then we got in my back seat, and he just got really aggressive, and there was no oral sex or anything. It just went to intercourse.
Okay. It's important for us to kind of get some of those details, and I'm sure it's uncomfortable to talk about. Was it him having sex with you, or you having sex with him?
Yes.
Okay.
It was him having sex with me.
Him having sex with you. Okay. Okay, so then 4 or 5 times. How many times did you guys meet total, even if money wasn't exchanged?
Probably 10.
10 times?
10 to 12.
Okay, and then so those 5 to 7 times when you're not exchanging money, what was going on?
He really did talk to me about struggling with his sexuality and stuff, so that was usually what it was.
Okay, so then it sounds like he really is at least bi or maybe even gay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, was there talks about him struggling with being in a heterosexual marriage? What did he say?
After I found out, he told me that he was the victim of emotional and verbal abuse, and she treated him like he was stupid. And
Oh, did you believe him?
at the time, yeah, I did.
What about now?
No,
Because he murdered her, or why?
because he lied to hundreds of millions of people on
Yeah.
live TV.
Yeah, okay. Good. So you got good instincts because you picked up on that, right?
Yeah.
All right, good. It seems like you have pretty good instincts for people. Earlier when you said that, I was like, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
You really do, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to
Yeah.
after this situation.
Well, believe me, he fooled everyone. He fooled everyone. So, I mean, this is
there's
just...
nobody that suspected anything.
Right.
Because I honestly, like I said before this, I would have told you he was a dorky, nice, kind-hearted guy.
Right. Who didn't know how to come out, didn't know how to end his marriage, maybe was afraid or ashamed or whatever. Okay. So then, those 5 or 7 times or whatever it was when you met him without money, why? Why go and talk to him?
Because I was empathetic. I can't say that, and excuse me if I'm mixing these words up, I can't say that I was sympathetic because I was outed when I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of got thrown to the wolves then. I didn't really know what it was like to live in the closet or anything, because I was...
So when you were talking about that part, that was all true. What happened? Did you confide in someone and then they told everyone? Or?
This isn't the first time I've been a part of an investigation. I testified against 2 men for child trafficking and child solicitation.
I'm sorry to hear that. Were you involved as part of being trafficked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They got a warrant for their hard drive, and this was 2 years ago, but on their hard drive they had stuff saved from 2004 and 2003, which would make, at the time, I was 14 or 15, and in Wyoming, there's no, I can't remember the term.
There's no statute.
Yeah, there's no statute of limitations on that. So they found the hard drive with webcam videos of me, and I had my initials, and it's had 10 and 89 on it. So the detectives in Laramie County and Natrona County figured it out. And
Okay.
they reached out to me because without my testimony, with just the 2 other minors' testimony that they got caught with, they would have only got 3 to 5. And with my testimony, one went away for 35 years and the other one went away for 42, with possibility for parole after 15.
What were their names? Sorry.
Robert Martinez and Harvey
Harvey.
DeSalms.
How do you spell that?
DeSelms is DESELMS.
And that was all in Wyoming, you said?
I'm sorry about that,
Yeah,
man.
that's...
And I'm not just saying that, I really am. Tammy and I work this stuff and we know it just happens and people don't believe it happens, but it does, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that's why, yeah. That night we watched that documentary was the first time me and Chris had ever hung out. As far as like, no money exchange,
Mhm.
there was, I mean, I'm not gonna say it was a genuine, but.
Mhm.
Like a date kind of thing, or?
Yeah, I would call it a date, but yeah, I mean, there was, nothing happened and no money exchanged, and then, yeah, we still haven't watched that, so.
Did you care for him?
Yeah, to a certain extent. He had this childlike innocence about him, as far, because, like I said, I came out when I was 13. I started dancing at Boys Town in Denver when I started college when I was 17. I have been exposed to this lifestyle for a long time.
Sure.
I've had my promiscuous phases, and he just seemed like he was yearning for, hopefully not that lifestyle, but just yearning for some, I don't know.
He was kind of like seeking his truth, right? He wanted to tell the truth. He was trapped.
Yeah,
And didn't he even say something like, I was trapped? Didn't you tell us he said, I'm trapped?
yeah.
So now that we're in, a little bit more of talking openly, what do you think he meant when he said he was trapped?
Probably just trapped in, as far as his marriage, Shannon, and having Bella and Celeste, and then, I don't know, with the new baby, but,
Do you think he was trapped in the closet?
oh yeah, I think he meant it that way, but he meant it in other ways too.
Sure.
I think he meant it just all together in life. He felt trapped in the closet, he felt trapped in his marriage, he felt,
Yeah.
trapped to that town.
Trapped everywhere, right?
Yeah, he told me he hated Frederick. And,
Yeah, when I talked to him, he didn't seem like an oil worker.
yeah, he seemed, yeah, I know what you mean.
He seemed caring and ethereal and thoughtful, and I can see some of the innocence you were talking about, right? So I don't know, I mean, it just doesn't seem like he was destined to be in dirty boots and with a wrench.
Right.
And you probably picked up on that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, you're a good judge of character. So then a total of how many times again was it? For all meetings?
All meetings.
With or without sex, with or without money, just everything included, how many times do you think? And it's okay to guesstimate, I'm not gonna get mad if you're wrong.
12.
About 12 times.
12, 14 probably.
Okay. During that time, do you think he was trying to start a relationship with you?
Not at first, but after.
Okay.
Yeah. After a while, I think he didn't know how to reach out to any other gay male.
I get that. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. He didn't have exposure in his youth. Now he's almost 40, or how old is he? 40?
33.
33, oh, is he 33? He's got that salt and pepper hair that makes him look a little older.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. He just thought, here's a caring, sympathetic guy. Please don't take offense. I would say that you're kind of a warm, gentle person.
Right.
And he probably thought, I can tell this guy anything.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I totally agree, because I know I'm the type of person to where I bring that out in people.
Yeah. I feel like I want to tell you everything. You got that personality. Okay.
So one way, Trent, that we can, obviously vet people out and just make sure that, vet people out from the truth tellers to the people that are trying to lie to us and things like that. One way we can do that is to offer people a polygraph. Is that something you'd be willing to do? Not today, obviously, but was that something that you'd be willing to do?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, with generalized anxiety disorder.
That doesn't
Would I
matter.
need to take like one of my alprazolam beforehand or something?
No, we wouldn't want you to take medicine that you don't have to take. I mean, if you're prescribed it and you take it every day, you know, at 9 o'clock or whatever, like obviously those medications we want you
I
to take.
prescribed it, but
Yeah, but if it's just like you just...
anxiety is PRN as needed.
Right, right. Because anxiety is not going to cause you an issue on a polygraph.
Oh, okay.
So is that something that you'd be willing to take?
Possibly.
Okay.
So, in anticipation of that, it might not even be that we need to take a polygraph. Do you feel like tonight we've talked about, in kind of the second round when we came back in, have we talked about all the things that are kind of uncomfortable to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about money for sex, how you guys met, the amount of times you guys met. We talked a little bit more about Chris. So I believe you now. I can see a little bit of weight's been lifted, so I believe what you're saying. Has everything been true?
Yeah.
Okay. What about little girls? Did you actually meet them? Okay. Was all of that true about being cute and melting your heart? That's true? Okay. You actually met them? All right. Was the pacifier conversation true? Okay. And if it's not, that's fine. Let's just make sure that we know. Okay.
No,
So
all of that was true.
what do you make of the fact that he introduced you to his family at one point?
I feel like he was trying to get me to look at him more as not feel bad for him, but just kind of, because I mentioned to him multiple times, maybe two or three, that I hate the fact that gay guys can't get pregnant because I have baby fever, I have kids and stuff like that. So I think that it was planned that he wanted me to meet his girl.
Oh, okay.
In a way for me to feel a certain way about him.
Do you think he cared for you?
Not at the beginning, but towards the end, yeah.
It seems like he got there, huh? Because if it's just about sex and just about money, then it's quick and you get out of there and all you do is maybe negotiate for a cheaper fee and that's it. But it sounds like he's inviting you in.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how it went. I mean, he got warmer and warmer and started saying more and more as time went on.
Did he ever talk about divorce with Shanann?
Yeah, he told me that he had to at one point or he'd end up going crazy. Something along those lines. I don't know if he flat out said, I'll end up going crazy or end up driving himself nuts.
Okay. Hey, tell me more about that. What did he say? What do you mean? Did he actually say, I'm going to go crazy, I'm going to go nuts? Or what did he say?
I had made a comment kind of grilling him about lying to me.
About what?
About having a wife.
Oh, okay.
He said something, believe me, if I could change, and if I could go back in time, I would. I'm miserable, like I said. It's the same thing. I'm miserable. She treats me like I'm stupid. I get yelled at all the time. And, yeah, I need to find a way out, pretty much.
Okay.
And I thought I told him, I said, well, if you're bisexual, you need to come out and tell her that and see how she reacts and see, you know, whatever. But if you're gay, you really need to come out and tell her that.
And you told him that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because the situation's just going to blow up if not.
Yeah.
Do you think he felt like he was more bisexual or gay?
He told me that he could have sex with his wife. Told me that at that time I was the only one he was attracted. I, as a male, was the only one he was attracted to. And I asked him, well, what about people that come, later in your life? And he said, I don't know about that. I just nobody currently know. And that's that I don't have a sex life with my wife that I've been married to for 2-3 years, and I have to seek it out elsewhere. So.
If you've seen on the news, I'm sure, about them talking about him possibly having a girlfriend. You seen that on the news? Do you think that's weird, that he would go from a relationship with you to a girl?
Yeah, I honestly figured that it was going to come out that whoever he was having a relationship with at work, whether, I don't know if that's true or not, I thought it was going to be a male. I was 100%.
Oh,
it was going to be a male.
Interesting. Is that what you thought?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because that's kind of what it said in the, was it a Facebook post?
Which one?
Your Facebook, did you post on Facebook?
Yeah, after
On a
people
page.
started tagging me.
Okay. I think it said something along the lines of, I might not be the only man, or something like that. Is that what it said?
Yeah,
Do you
so
have-
someone commented on Twitter and
1% on my phone.
and made a comment about, and it wasn't on my Twitter, I've set everything to private for social media, but someone made a comment about it possibly being a male and blah, 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 but they were being very ignorant about it, and they were being,
Right.
yeah, just very ignorant about it, and I commented and I said something like, oh, would it be that crazy that it's a male and not a female?
Mhm.
It's 2018.
Right.
And there's same-sex relationships all over now.
Mhm. What did they say?
I think after that I just blocked them.
Do you mind if we go through this together?
I don't mind.
Okay. So let's go through it. Kind of hard for my old eyes to read it a little bit, but okay. So do you mind just reading that and we'll go through sentence by sentence?
So I wanted to get on here because I've been getting Facebook messages and phone calls.
And is that true?
The phone calls, though, didn't come straight through my phone. They came through Messenger.
Like Facebook Messenger?
Mhm.
And were they people you know?
Mhm.
Oh, just people who are, what, friends and followers?
Producers?
I don't even,
Reporters.
producers, everybody.
How did they figure out it was you?
I have no idea.
It's his post. They can go
No,
right to his Facebook page and
Well,
message him.
I got calls and stuff before this post.
Oh, you did?
And that's why I'm assuming, one of my friends that I confided in maybe told someone.
Oh.
But,
So that part's true. People reached out to you through Facebook, but onto your phone, and that really did happen. People really were, accusing you, claiming you somehow knew it was you.
Yes.
Okay.
But it got much more prevalent after this.
So, and I know, I don't want to keep you in mind.
Just here alone, I've blocked it, but all the requests, maybe I erased Messenger,
Okay.
but, just even on Twitter alone, the people,
Do you have it public?
No.
Oh, okay.
I made it all private and all
Okay.
that, but, see if my Messenger pops up. For some reason my phone, yeah.
Let's just keep going through this. All right, so, and do you mind if I ask, I don't anticipate that we're going to have to talk to these people, but who did you confide in?
I confided in my mother,
Okay.
which I know wasn't her.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
sure. I confided in my friend Kaylani from Casper,
Was that a male or a female?
a female,
Okay.
and I confided in Patrick, the guy I'm currently hanging out with and seeing. And then Patrick obviously told his mother, which
Oh.
is how I think.
That's probably exactly how it got out. Yeah, I think you're right. Going back to your good instincts, that's probably exactly what happened. Okay.
Yeah, because Patrick's mom is, I don't know.
Is she not a fan of his lifestyle?
No, not necessarily. She's accepting, but she's not supportive.
Okay.
Just like I would say that about my dad. He's accepting, but he's not supportive.
Sure. Okay. Okay, sorry, let's keep reading here. Okay.
Been getting messages and phone calls from people asking me how I knew Chris, why I had relations with a married man, people trying to blackmail me with threatening to expose me.
Is that true? What do people say?
People brought up the male escort thing.
Okay. All right.
So that's the exposing, was the fact that, okay.
And that I'm an adulterer. But I'm not. I'm
Sure.
not married. But
People are still gonna just shame you about that, even though.
So what's the next one?
When I first got the call from authorities, which I thought was authorities, but it wasn't. It was just someone being real clever. And I should have known right then. I mean, it was fucking stupid.
No,
They
no,
call
no,
on
man.
Facebook Messenger. I mean,
Yeah, no.
because I've been waiting for a call, pretty
Yeah.
much. And I knew it was coming, so. But
What was the second part of that sentence, though?
due to messages on an app he had on his phone.
Yeah,
and
why did you say that?
That's something that I just put in there because I assume that's what the girl, I can't even remember her name because I erased that messenger, but that's what the girl told me, was that messages were found on an app on his phone. And she said it was Grindr, and that's when I was like, Grindr? I didn't meet him on Grindr.
And this is the girl that's pretending to be in law enforcement? That's, or at least a female voice that we think?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The last thing I wanted was my name out there, but after all of this, I'd rather me tell my side rather than someone else. I met Chris last summer. We had relations off and on last June up until March or April. I found out he was married with kids in February. I didn't know that when we first met.
Is the timing of that true? So you first met him in June. Is that true that in February is when you kind of found out he was married? And is it also because of Celeste Bella's comment about, I want to sleep with you and mommy?
Mm-hmm.
Is that all is true?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't know that when we first met. Yes, things happened one more time, then I ended it. And this witch hunt trying to find his mistress and all the men and women he slept with is effing ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing we're guilty of is trusting a stranger. And said the only...
Can we pause right there for just 1 second?
Yeah.
So then does that go back to when you said, I think that there's, when you said, I thought when we found out there was a mistress, there was going to be a man.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you thought? Is that what you're saying right there?
Yeah, in one way or another. I just said whether, as far as the witch hunt, whether to be a man or a female or whatever, nobody deserves it.
Okay.
And the only thing we're guilty of is trusting a stranger. And yeah, I assumed that whoever he worked with, whoever he was sleeping with, was a male.
Okay.
I can only speak for myself, but before this, I would have 100% told you that Chris isn't a murderer nor a sociopath. He told me he was the victim of an emotional and mental abuse and was stuck in a loveless marriage, but was so scared to leave because of Bella and Celeste. I can totally understand why anyone who had sexual relations with Christopher would want to stay out of the public eye. Since I got the call and told what happened, I haven't slept more than an hour or two for the last time at night. But like I said, the only thing I'm guilty of is trusting someone who seemed so kind-hearted and genuine, but I guess it's a life lesson. I'll always have to live with the fact that I had a relationship with a married man who may also be a murderer and a sociopath. So the people messaging me on Facebook, Twitter, etc., threatening to expose me, I guess you can do it now.
I had nothing else to hide. I just wanted to put it out there before someone else leaked my name. I'm sure there were multiple women and/or men, and I'm sure there were multiple women, and I'm probably not the only man he slept with. But the whole thing is that none of the people that he slept with owe the public anything. So all these hashtag must just come forward posts are fucking ridiculous.
Mhm.
You have no idea what I'm going through, let alone anyone else he slept with. So let's focus on getting to the bottom of what happened between the people involved with the crime and only them.
Mhm.
And then in parentheses I put or him. I'm not up for any criminal charges, neither are any of the others.
Okay. I think it's well said.
Yeah.
I think you're right. You didn't do anything here that you're being charged of. The investigation really needs to focus on him and who's involved.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I can understand people want to look into it and to try to understand why he did it, but you aren't going to find an answer in me. I mean, maybe I can give help with
Sure.
certain tools.
I agree.
I don't have the answers.
Okay. And I
I
think
just didn't want it out there. I am a nurse, and I didn't want it out there to male escort next to my name,
Okay.
because I would lose my job.
Yeah.
I'm a charge nurse, and yeah,
Okay.
I've been at this for a while, so I would lose at least, the pretty much what I've worked for since I've gotten my LPN.
Yeah. Your livelihood, everything you worked for. Yeah. I get it. So I think you did the smart thing tonight in coming here and coming to a police station, verifying our credentials, making sure we are who we say we are.
Right.
We can't give you any advice on what to do going forward, but you can probably see where there's some value in verifying who you're talking to.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I would also say again, I can't tell you who to talk to and who not to talk to, but I think that Tammy and I have this investigation and your interests in mind, and other people might not.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can tell you right now, it's pretty sexy and salacious and interesting for anyone to say, Chris Watts is not only a murderer, but he hired male prostitutes, right? That's a story that really sells.
Yeah.
So we're going to do whatever we can do to make sure that doesn't get out, and it might do you a lot of good to do the same.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't plan on having that out. I mean, if
Okay.
it comes out,
But
then I can do, but...
if you give people, to include the media, more reason to look into you, and if you give them more opportunities to talk to you, they're good investigators. They're better than we are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
They usually find you guys
I
before we
realize
do.
that.
we get leads from them all the time because they're better than us, faster than us, right?
Yeah, I had the Today Show calling me on my way here, and
What are you going to do if they call again?
I already erased it. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Again, it's up to
Are you
you.
going on CNN?
Not as of now, no, I don't. I mean, I'm being dragged through the mud, and half people are dragging me through the mud, and the other half are saying, I mean, hashtag, I stand with Trent, and shit like that, and I just can't imagine what Shannon's family is going through, of people sitting there saying, when I knew Chris, I knew the way he moved, I knew what type of person he was.
Mhm.
I don't even know what happened that night, so for people to sit there and say that Shannon really did kill the girls and stuff is just terrible.
What do you mean by that?
People on social media, I mean, even messages I got from Messenger, people saying, I didn't open them because, I don't know if you guys have Messenger, but there's requests that come through, and you can read the first half of the message without accepting their request if they're not your friend.
Oh.
And there's a lot of people on Facebook and a lot of people on Twitter sitting there. I mean, like I said, half of them are dragging my name through the mud, and the other half are sitting there putting their own narrative on the story, saying they knew that Shannon was emotionally and verbally abusive or whatever, and I knew the man and I didn't even know that. So it's just, I can't imagine what her family's going through, having to read that about their deceased daughter.
You're right. What's your take on, are you aware of what Chris has said happened? Mm-hmm. And what's your understanding of what he said happened?
But they talked that night and talked about getting a divorce, and that Shannon killed Bella and Celeste, and that he pretty much broke out in a rage, therefore killing Shannon.
What do you think about that?
I think it's bullshit.
Why?
The guy has just lied to me so much. Why would I believe this?
Yeah.
He got on the news, and in a roundabout way, I can't remember what exactly he said, because like I said, I can't really watch those videos, but in a roundabout way, he said, pretty much said, oh, if someone out there has them, you'll be sorry, something like that. And then 24 hours for his neighbors to call investigators and say, this dude hasn't cried. This guy, I mean, isn't doing anything.
Yeah.
It just doesn't add up for me, but that's my own personal opinion. I don't know anything for a fact.
Is there anything about your relationship with him where you think, oh, well, naturally, obviously, he was this way with me, so of course he's this type of person when he killed the girls and Shanann?
There was one or two times he got really aggressive with me sexually.
Tell me about it.
He pretty much, and this was when he put on that muscle and that tone, but in my backseat he pretty much pushed my face on the seat and just kind of went to town while I was still saying ow and slow down. And
Okay.
That was the time you said there was no oral or anything like that?
and I mean, it was clear how, it was just really aggressive, and it was clear that I wasn't overreacting, because I mean, there was literally, and then, like I said, I don't mean to be graphic, but there was literally, and it just kept getting louder, and I kept saying ow. But that's the only thing that's what stuck out in my mind when I thought about him being capable.
You said that happened a couple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the other time?
The other time he put his hands around my throat, and there were twice I had to kind of break that, put that right there, because he was just not squeezing so hard, but putting so much pressure down, like on my voice box here. So
explain that. I don't know what position you're in, but he's doing that.
And it's okay, I mean, we're talking about sex, we're talking about everything, so don't worry about being graphic for us.
my legs on his shoulders, and kind of missionary, pretty much missionary, and yeah, him pretty much being over me, and kind of like, that.
Where was that?
That was at Will and TJ's.
Oh, was that the first time?
Yeah, that happened before the car incident happened.
And I'm sorry that, because these details are important. So the very first time was $250 where?
At where I'm staying in Loveland.
At TJ's, Will and TJ's? And is this the same time that he was rough and on your neck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But after I kind of, because when you're putting pressure, you can push right here and it'll break it. After I broke that twice, and he did it again, I told him, I said, that's not a good feeling, you're hurting me. And he didn't do it after that, for that night anyway.
And what about the other time?
The other time he didn't listen to me.
What happened?
He just put his, I think, right hand. Yeah, it would have been his right hand because he was hanging on to my car. Yeah, he put his right hand on my face and just pushed down harder to where my face kept going into the seat.
Like, are you talking about your head or your face or
My
what?
face.
He was behind you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Doggy style.
Okay.
And I wasn't up like this.
Mhm.
My back was arched.
Okay. Can we clear up another thing? You were talking at one point about a tattoo that he had right here. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
He did have a tattoo right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the only reason I ask is I'm not aware that he has that tattoo. So is it possible that that's a mistake or someone else, or did that actually happen? You guys talked about a tattoo on his arm?
Yeah, I said something about it being cheesy or something.
Okay. And where was it again on his body?
It was somewhere in this area.
Oh, could it have been up here?
Yeah.
But could it have been down here too?
I know it was higher on his arm than lower.
Oh, it was higher?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because you kept pointing at your forearm before. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
sorry, I
confused.
just meant like this area because that's where my tattoo starts is,
Oh.
yeah.
Now, if you don't know, it's okay, just say, I don't know, or I don't remember. Do you remember where it was on his arm?
Not exactly, but
Okay.
it was, yeah, I would, trying to remember, I think it was anywhere from this to this area.
Okay, so maybe between shoulder and elbow.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you talked about it kind of being something that pulled all of his other tattoos together, or maybe had to do with his family. Tell me that again.
He didn't really go into detail, but he just said it ties into all my other tattoos. I asked him how so, and he explained the tribal tattoo to me, but he never, one of us got distracted or something, and he never went into talk about. Yeah.
Okay. On the times where you guys were together and there was no sex and no payment, was it clear to you that it would just be a chat that night?
No.
Did you think that there would be sex?
Yeah.
Every time?
I knew that that's what he was expecting, you know.
Oh, okay.
There were times I purposely deterred it.
Oh, just wasn't in the mood, what?
I just felt used.
Hmm.
There were times where I felt used, and there were times where he made me feel good about myself.
Okay.
But,
All right.
Did he ever give you any presents or anything?
besides cash, he bought me skincare. Like, he bought me, because I'm really anal about skincare and stuff like that. He got me Sunday Riley Luna oil, which is a retinol. That's like a $70 bottle of, it's kind of bougie skincare.
When did he get you that?
When we were parked at, when we went to Ulta that time.
Did he go into Ulta and buy it?
I'm assuming because he had it when he got into his truck. Because when there was...
I thought they were building Ulta when you were over there.
No, I think they had just got done building it. Because I remember all through the last summer it was building. But he might not have got it there either. I just remember him asking what I was doing. I don't know if it was the time before that, or it was one of the times that he was parked outside of the apartments on Ronald Reagan. He asked me what I was doing because I had toner on a cotton pad and I was cleaning my face. And then I had some type of glycolic acid or something in one hand, like not the bottle, but in one hand, so I could finish with the toner and then just rub that in. And he asked me what that was all about. And then he's like, "Oh, is that why you have such good skin?" And blah, blah, blah. I was like, "I don't know, I like to think so." And then he asked me about stuff like that because he knew that I have like lip filler, I have lip injections, so he'd ask me about stuff like that and kind of esthetician-like questions. And then I had brought up the Sunday Riley doing oil stuff.
That's how we do.
Yeah, and he said, "Mom, let me see a picture." And I was like, "I don't know, I just can't justify spending $90 on a bottle this big." And then the next time he had that for me. But besides that, I don't have ideas. There's just money.
So you guys worked together 12, 15 times. It seems like there was a lot of range of conversations, real depth to conversations, his marriage, your life, all the way from the deep, deep stuff to this is the type of lotion that I like. Are you sure there was only 12 to 15 times that you guys met?
Yeah, I don't think there's no way it could be over 15.
Okay. Okay.
Can I ask you real quick if you know a couple of people? And if you don't, that's totally fine. I just want to ask you if you know these people. Let me put myself one more time. Do you know Michael Kelly? No. Do you know Jonathan Riches? No? Okay. No, I'm not. It's not good or bad or whatever. I just wanted to make sure that, see if that was part of like your circle of people that you knew or anything like that.
No, my brother did go on social media because I was having an issue with the stalker when I worked at Wyoming Medical Center. And I can't even bring that. I know that it wasn't Chris because I was dealing with text and stuff from this person when I was with Chris. But my brother has schizoaffective disorder and stuff like that. So, yeah, I didn't read it, but my mom had just told me that, your brother's online sitting here.
Is that David?
Saying this and this, and I messaged him and it said stay out of anything that's not your business. And they said, there's just no way to get through to him. He's, like I said, he has schizoaffective disorder. He gets Social Security. He's going to have to live with my parents for the rest of their lives. So anything he comments on or anything like that is false.
What about, who were the people in your life that Chris met?
I think Will only saw him in passing, and they shook hands real quick, and that's about it. There was more than one time I invited him over with other people there, and he was very adamant about not wanting to be around people.
Oh, so that was true. He was ill at ease, or it's just ill with the idea of meeting people.
Yeah.
So you never met both Will and TJ together? Never at a party or in a hot tub or in a, nothing like that?
No.
Would Will and TJ recognize him in the lineup?
Probably not. Will was the one that met him, but Will, at the time that I broke off, like, any contact with Will, he was abusing. I had met him through a pain management support group, and he was abusing his medication and all that, so.
How much do they know about this investigation and Chris and you?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to either of them.
Okay, all right.
So what about Damien? How do we can you give us his number?
I really erased it. I mean, I could get back to you and give it to you, but when I met Patrick, I just kind of wanted to start anew. just get rid of all the negativity.
So does Damien
yeah.
really have your old phone that would have had all these messages from Chris? Does Damien?
Yeah, he...
Like, is that a truth statement?
Or in other words, how did you get those that you showed us today? How did you really get them?
Damien had known that I don't know how he figured it out, but Damien had known that me and Chris wasn't like some guy that I started dating. He had known that there was money for sex. And he said he saved them for my safety, but I don't know if there's any truth to that, or saved them for me.
So he really did have them, and that's how you really did get them? Okay.
Yeah, he messaged me and he said, when Chris first reached out to you and how the conversation goes on, and those were the first 2 messages that I had ever got via text.
Okay.
From Chris.
All right. You can imagine how that's very important for us to get that phone.
And
So how do we get it without... And
I
I
don't
understand...
know if it's the same exact phone.
Okay.
I don't know if he upgraded it.
Okay.
I know that he switched to Straight Talk.
But he still has the messages, right? Or were those just saved?
Those were just saved, and he told me, here's this. I'm going to delete them, but I could ask him. I mean, he'll be honest with me, and he'll let me go through the phone.
Well, we want to go through the phone, that's the thing. We don't want anyone else going through the phone and deleting stuff, or, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
we want to be the ones that do that, so it doesn't look sketchy on anyone else's part.
Well, yeah, and he'll be honest with me again,
Okay.
because I really wasn't in that much contact with them. But I think the whole thing with Chris was that he kind of wanted to shove my face in something that my name was tied to someone.
So I'm not sure of your current relationship between Damien, and we don't know. You and I, we don't know really what Damien's going to do or think, or we don't really know how he feels about you when you're not in front of him, and we don't know what his plans are of exposing you because he's pissed and he really misses you and he's hurting. We don't know any of that. So what's the best way to get that phone as soon as possible into our hands? Did you really text your brother tonight and ask him for Damien?
Yeah.
Did he get back with a phone number?
He got back with me. He told me there was no phone number, but I know, and I know that David didn't go in and erase every single outgoing call, just for me knowing my brother. But he's said, I have no idea what number his is. He said, I got my phone back right afterward.
Okay.
I said, how would I know which number is his?
All right. Well, can you do 2 things for us? 1, try to get that number and give it to Tammy. And 2, please do not influence Damien deleting stuff. It's going to be a very big problem for you when we find out later that you texted him and said, burn the phone. Okay?
Right.
Do you understand how that...
Actually, don't even mention the phone, and then when we call him, we can just say we want to talk to him, and then we can talk to him about the phone when we get there. So that avoids any of the stuff he's going to think about before we get there.
Yeah.
So can you do that and not mention that? Just give me his phone number.
Yeah.
I don't even see there's really any reason you talk to Damien besides, because you have enough mutual friends that you could get his number and not actually have to talk to him and say anything at all.
Yeah.
Okay?
But yeah, the words he used with me is that he upgraded and switched to Straight Talk, and I don't know if old Verizon phones can switch over to
Some of them
Straight
can.
Talk, but I assume they can.
Most of the newer ones can. I don't know so much about the older ones. So one more question about the court case in Wyoming. Are you sure those are the names of the people that were arrested?
With Harvey, no. I don't know that that's how he spells his last name, but I'm assuming.
Okay, what year would this have been?
What is this, why does this pertain to anything?
Because there's people that are trying to verify your statements.
Oh,
See, this is all about making sure that we're telling the truth all the time. So we just want to be able to verify, yep, he was a witness in this case, that he testified against these people, you know, they're in prison, blah, blah, blah.
yeah, with Robert Martinez, I know. Yeah, that's his name. But with Harvey,
And what year was this?
trying to do math, and it was 20. 2009 or 10.
That's when the adjudication, the prosecution, the sentencing, all that happened.
Yeah.
And it really did happen in Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
And it really did happen, and you were a victim.
And you testified? Did you testify at court? In a trial, or?
No, I with the videos and stuff, I testified privately.
Okay.
They promised me that they would keep my name out of the media, and they did, because I was the only one that wasn't a minor that was.
How old was, I mean, that's a pretty common name. Did you say Robert Martinez? Like, how old was he?
He was 34 when I was 13. I'm 28 now, so 49.
And what town was that he was living in when this happened?
I think he was homeless. He was bouncing back and forth from Cheyenne and Casper.
But what, like, jurisdiction prosecuted it?
I think Larimer County, or Natrona County was the one that brought it up, but most of the charges were in Laramie County. And that's where he ended up getting prosecuted, because from what I know, he's in Torrington now.
He's in Torrington, what?
The prison.
The prison in Torrington?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What does he look like?
Spanish, about 5'9". When I saw him, I mean, yeah, his hairline comes back real far, but he still grows it out up here. Still got really dark brown hair, and he's got a goatee.
How was his weight?
It's probably like 5'9", 190, 180.
So a little bit thicker. What were his tattoos?
He had Sereno on his shoulder blades, spider webs, skulls. He was covered.
Okay.
Have you seen him on an inmate locator thing? Like, have you ever looked him up?
No, I never had to. I never wanted to see him after that.
And Harvey may have a different last name, is that what you were saying?
Mm-hmm.
How old was Harvey?
Harvey was 6 years older than Rob. So it would have been 55, I think.
Now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you try and give me that number?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can do
For
that.
Damien
And
tonight?
then,
Can you get it in the next few minutes if we take another break?
You see if you can make some phone calls? Maybe call your brother and just kind of walk him through how you find that out?
However you do it. Just take the next few minutes and try.
okay. Yeah, like I said, he's just, some days are better than others with him too,
Okay.
so.
Or other people. I mean, you mentioned other people too, so someone knows that number.
Right.
something.
Oh, I was just gonna tell them that, let John or Tammy know that my phone won't go through. They were waiting for me to make some phone calls, but
Okay.
in this building, it just automatically says call fails and stuff.
It is a box. You want to walk outside with me? We can go outside and get some fresh air and you can
Yeah.
try there. That way we can get outside the concrete and steel box if you
Yeah.
want for a minute and
Yeah.
let you make those calls. And
Yeah, that would be cool.
Okay. have some limited reading materials if you need something, or
Oh, no, I'm
kind of like the
good.
doctor's office, right?
Right.
Are you good, Trent?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
No
We're gonna
worries.
crack this.
Okay.
And you know, right, we can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you need something, we'll see you come down, but we can't have you wandering around the building.
Okay.
This makes people nervous for some reason, I don't,
Oh, I can imagine
no,
in a sheriff. Yeah.
And you
I
get
can
lost.
imagine.
You take the elevator to the basement, and some people never come back, so.
Right.
All right?
All right.
Okay. Hang tight, buddy, I
All right.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You find it?
I got a hold of my brother, but he said he wouldn't know which number it is, because, like I said, he's got that schizoaffective disorder, and I could tell he just took his antipsychotic meds. I could barely really understand them, so I think he took his meds and was getting ready to go to bed.
Okay,
But I
so,
told him that
do you live with him?
if anything, my brother?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
he lives with my parents, and my parents are at,
Oh, in Arizona? Or,
they live in, that's where they bought their new house, but they're currently back at the house in Wyoming.
oh, in
That's the
Castle.
house that I watch and go back to. They were gone from Christmas until like May of this year, so I kind of went back and watched the house, and they have 2 cats that they can't bring on the road without getting something from the vet and stuff, so.
Okay.
But my brother's there currently with them, because like I said, he's mentally ill and he has to stay with them, so.
Okay.
Um,
So, I think we're gonna let you go and see what you can find as far as Damien's phone number and that kind of stuff. If you could text me, call me, whatever.
okay.
Let me know what you find out with Damien. As far as the polygraph thing, is that something you'd be willing to do?
Possibly. I just.
What does possibly mean? I mean, people are normally like, yes, absolutely, or no, I'm not gonna do that.
Questions about
Well, we
money
can-
being exchanged, stuff
Oh,
like
no,
that.
no, sorry, my thing keeps making noise. No, it would just be about, if you had a relationship with Chris. We would keep it to that,
Okay.
okay?
And there are no surprise questions when you sit down for a polygraph. Whoever does is going to say, Trent, these are the questions I'm going to ask,
Word
and
for word.
nothing else, so there's no surprises.
Okay.
Yeah, so if that's something you're willing to do, we could at least vet this out and just be like, he told us all this stuff and he passed the polygraph. It's kind of like a double whammy for us, you know?
Right.
And we're like, we can trust this guy.
Yeah.
So, it's something that's totally up to you, it's voluntary.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure he won't. I'm sure he won't advise me against it, but I'd like to talk to like a lawyer and everything at this point.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do any of that.
Yeah. But my lawyer, yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't advise me against it or anything, but my mom just texted me and just said I talked to Hamilton and...
That's a lawyer?
He advised you to call him because he represented me in Wyoming this last summer. They tried to get me with a DUI for my medication, and then
I did see that on your record.
I hired him, and then, yeah, we beat it, so,
Good.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
There's, as you walk away tonight, you're gonna think, oh, I wonder why they asked that, why they didn't ask this, I wish I would have remembered this, I wish I would have told them that. So all that's gonna come into your head tonight. So just write it all down, and we might talk to you 10 more times, we might talk to you 2 more times, it might never see us again. So write it all down.
When I saw that Chris's attorney or whatever made no comment, I almost kind of figured that he at least told you guys something about the money being exchanged.
Yeah.
Something that he doesn't want out there.
No. I think you probably read it in my eyes, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I know that he told you something, and that's why I mean, I wasn't trying to lie to you guys out of anything malicious, but I just don't want to, I don't even want
You're
you
submitting
to.
some of those facts.
Yeah, I don't even want you two looking at me like, oh, this is a male escort.
We don't judge people. I'm telling you, we talk to every kind of person all day long, so it doesn't honestly matter to us at all. So.
Yeah, and I can understand that too from a nursing perspective. You kind of got to put all that shit aside.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right, so I think they're going to show you the way out, and I think John's going to do that. Not Mike, whatever you called him before.
Yeah, the guy was looking at me, and
Like,
it's just...
What's going on?
Yeah,
Thanks for coming in, then.
Yeah,
You
no
do a good job.
problem. Thank you.